Good evening, everyone. This is JT with Legacy Ark Games, and we are back with more tabletop campaigns. Tonight, we're debuting something special that I've really been looking forward to, and that is, um, Curse of Strahd. Yeah, I've really been looking forward to getting Curse of Strahd on the channel, and we are so fortunate to have GM Tang running it for us. I'm really looking forward to this. The players have already started. I was a bit late, so I'm just going to jump right to it. They're arriving in Barovia from the fog, the mysterious fog you wander through in order to enter the realm of Barovia and to reach Castle Ravenloft, home of Count Strahd. So here we go, you guys. Episode 1. Have fun. Uh, all right, Jim, it's all yours.
Great. As the three of you move on the road to Barovia, this is, I guess, the first time that you've encountered people on the way. I guess the two of you are to each other at least the first people that you've seen here. Any signs of life? And so by the time you get to the outskirts, I'd say, uh, go ahead and give me a nature check, Ono, a perception check, Niklaus, and a history check, Crow. From a distance, you can already see that the village of Barovia is covered in this smoky fog. It seems to kind of weigh itself down and trap itself within the boundaries. But from this distance, you can tell that it is a lively city. There are people within its boundaries, creating all sorts of activity that show the signs of life. Crow, as you move towards the road, um, following the path that's kind of been laid out, you recognize that this trail has been, sort of abandoned. It doesn't seem like anyone takes this trail into town from the east, and if they do, it seems to be very rare. You spot some marks that seem to suggest wagons and a caravan passed through maybe a month ago. Something in the weather maybe changed, it kind of removed most of those tracks. But this road itself, it was built maybe a few hundred years ago, and it's fallen into disrepair. Although since it's not used, it doesn't seem all that difficult to tread. And with a 14 in nature, oh no, you sense that outside of the boundaries of Barovia, there seems to be cattle and grazeland, sparse where it is, but none of it seems to come out far. And as a result, I think you can assume that whatever kind of livestock they have in town, it's very limited, and they might not be doing too well if cattle aren't grazing, usually this far out of town. And as you make your way in, would you guys like to say anything to each other? Maybe introduce yourselves?
Um, I'm not the best with people, so I'm gonna go talk to the cows.
Sure.
Um, Wherever I'll pretend they're over here. Just asking like, why is there so few of y'all? What do you like to eat? What's going on with the town?
You ask these questions, and as soon as you approach, the cows start scattering, almost as if they were afraid of strangers. Even though you're
I'm
speaking.
coming. I'm coming to them with a good berry.
Oh, sure. As you offer it, you see them still kind of move away, and finally one straggler comes by, and it eats the good berry out of your hands. As it kind of rummages around your hand to search for more, it kind of makes this more good berries.
If you're a good boy, I'll give you a good berry.
You say that, and the cow kind of gets upset that there aren't more berries.
I pull one out of my pack, but I like open it and then I close my hand so he can't take it right out of my hand right away. And I just want to know like why are there so few of y'all? And it seems like the town is not doing great.
Sure. It bends down and starts eating some of the grass by your feet, and then as it munches, it takes its time, and it says, "This land, no good. Grass, bad. People, mean. Mm, we graze away from them. Make sure to mind our own business."
All right, well, I'll give him the good berry and then go back to the party.
It takes the berry and it walks off.
While this is happening, I'm looking toward Legacy's character, and I just he just says, "So, what's your deal?"
My deal is to reach Castle Barovia without dying in the process, which, well, we have a long way to go on that. And as he's walking along, even if the air is still, there always seems to be a little bit of a breeze around him. His scarf is always fluttering a little bit, his clothes are always tugged at a little. Just something in the air about him.
Are you perhaps magical?
Magical? If you only. No, I am not magical.
Interesting. Would you mind signing this NDA? Legal jargon about being a character in my book, of course. All likeliness are completely coincidental. However, I will be using your likeness in my book.
We have only just met.
Oh, I'm sorry. Niklaus Sparks, esteemed writer. I'm sure you've heard of me. I'm trying to break into the adventure genre, and I'm relying on first-hand experience now to do so. Kind of recruiting characters as a part of my book, and I'd like for you to be one. What do you say?
Do as you wish. If you make it back alive to write your book,
I'll take your silence as a yes.
And Crow just
I'll just
shakes his head.
write down his appearance, what he told me about himself, all in on my parchment papers.
Sure. And if he's not there, he doesn't mind. Let me describe that to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I not being heard?
Yeah, I didn't hear you. Sorry. I think you you went mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was probably pressing the wrong button. Crow did reply. He said that you're free to do as you wish. I would consider you fortunate if you make it back to write anything.
Oh, I'm very capable. Thanks to some people looking out for me. But I will need your signature here. And I point to just like a line with an X on it.
And
don't bother reading it. Just trust me. It's fine.
Yes, I know your type, and he just marks it with another X and says that will have to do.
I take my hand and rub it in the muddy river over here, and then just smack it on the line. There you go. That'll have to do.
My legal team will make the best of it. Thank you, gentlemen. And I just put their signatures in quotes in my bag.
Wait, you're a warlock, aren't you? What did we just sign? Oh God. That was not smart.
This is why I did not give my name. I have not given my true name in voice.
It's Crow, correct?
Well, I am called this, yes.
Oh, interesting. A little bit of a mystery to keep the readers on their toes. I like it.
Well, the old name no longer suits. This serves well enough. But, you are here to write. What of you? And he's looking toward Ono.
I'm just here to heal the land. This place has had a terrible injustice done to it, and I'm here to redo the balance. It's my mission.
Ah, well, you may find that the land does not welcome that. It is very much influenced by the local leader.
Are you a local?
I'm not a local, but somewhat informed of where we are. I'm actually from a land called Karatur.
Oh, I've actually heard of that. Perhaps I could get more about your background as we travel to Barovia. I'll also treat you to a drink. You can tell me your entire backstory, if you will.
Yes, you would wish. But let us make it safely to town first, and well, then the rest can be discussed.
Sounds like a plan to me.
And he looks entirely displeased with his situation, but he suddenly found himself with two tag-alongs, so he just deals with it.
Awesome. You know that. So as you make your way to Barovia, and with your ragtag crew here, you have spent enough time in Barovia to know that maybe 30 minutes or an hour has passed. Yet the sun has never fully shined here in that time. It seems even during the day it is dimmed by fog and storm clouds, or the light seems to almost be strangely muted. And as this color fills their surrounding area, some of that creeps in a little bit. And when you walk into the village of Barovia itself, I believe you get the same feeling. And let's put you here on the east side.
And I see me. There we go.
Everything.
Someone turn the lights on.
Wow, a very packed city from what it seems like from the entrance.
And let me see if I can't reduce you to more reasonable sizes.
Ice Hulk, Ice Smash.
As you get into town, indeed, this seems to be a town full of lively people, or at least it appears from the surface. Village center is maybe 100 feet away, and I think you almost smell the smell of roast potatoes in the air, and from that direction.
I put on a hood and a cloak as to disguise myself from being bombarded by fans.
Sure. Nicholas Sparks, the world-renowned author and writer, dons some gear to maybe hide his face from the locals here. So far, people milling about haven't looked in your direction really much at all. They seem to be just carrying their wagons and their wheelbarrows filled with peat and wood to wherever they may be going, running daily errands, it seems.
Crow walks along the street, and his face is already half covered by that scarf, which is piled up about nose high around his head. But he can be heard to comment, living almost just above cattle. These people, they are under the Count's influence.
The Count? Was that this Count Strahd or whatever that I've been hearing about?
Yes, the local lord of the land, you might say.
Interesting. How difficult on a scale of 1 to 10 would you say it would be to, meet this count?
Well, he seems to hesitate for a moment at the question, and then he asks, more along the lines of, he meets you, I believe.
Interesting. Well, I suppose I'd have to perform a feat great enough for him to meet me then.
Well, yes, perhaps if you were to gain his interest, he would return.
Gain his interest. I can do that.
As you stand there in the cold, there seems to be some kind of commotion coming from the middle of town.
Perfect for my book. I run to that way where it seems to be like some sort of event is happening and push them aside.
Foolish, he's going to get me killed.
As you reach the city center, past loads of people doing their daily errands, I'm gonna put you closer to here. I'm assuming the rest follow, but
Reluctantly.
The minute you see me step into the city, you see like a shiver run down my back, and like this look of disdain. But I still walk in anyways. But I'm kind of like lagging behind.
certainly. You find yourselves closer to the center here, and the smell of, well, the town hits you. It is of dirt and peat, of swamp air, as well as countryside musk. The smoke barely covers it up here in town. And there's certainly gutters here that look like they haven't been serviced in quite a while. I believe as you make it here, underneath this tall building with smoke just pouring out of it, you see on the sign it says tavern. Although it seems to be broken and maybe even designed in a certain way that it's almost a different language.
Oh, perfect. Just as I was telling you, Ono and Crow, I would buy you a drink here. Do you think now is the right time?
Let's find out what this commotion is first.
True.
People seem to be gathered outside of the tavern, and one of them, looking almost of 6'5", just this hulking man, is carrying a bunch of wood and just kind of tossing it around and saying, "Here you go, fresh wood cut from the forest. I don't have to worry about any werewolves. They won't bite. Here, you, take one. You, yes, take some." And as he wipes a little bit of sweat on his brow, you see this, well, not quite like the rest, person look at you. And he isn't this typical dour look that you've seen on all of the kind of other people here. Rather, you see this tall gentleman, and he introduces himself and he says, "What are you staring at?" "Just doing work here. If I'm making a commotion, you can bring it up with my boss. This land, don't even know why I came here."
Oh, why exactly are you selling wood here, good sir?
"Keep these people's hearths fired and warm. What else?"
You seem to be talking about keeping away the werewolves.
"Yes, it's because they're a real threat upon the people here."
And wood will keep the werewolves away here?
"No, but it'll keep the people inside, and away from the forests."
I
Oh, you
see.
have so many questions. Why don't you go into the tavern over there? I'm sure the blood of the wine
Sure.
innkeeper will
I'll
talk
be
to you.
back. I'd very much like to interview you a little bit more. Uh, if you would, of course.
Sure.
Or rather, ask you more questions.
Name's Andre.
Andre.
Haven't spent all my life in these lands, but for what I have, it's quite awful.
And hypothetically, Andre, would you like to lend your likeness and name to, let's say, a book that some profound writer was writing about? Would you be agreeable to that?
Is this like a magazine of the sort?
A magazine? No, it's a novel. Much
Novel?
more academic.
Why would you want to write a novel about me? I just cop wood.
Oh, well, of course, this is just a hypothetical.
Hypothetical. Why not? And
Excellent.
he takes a look at your sheet and he puts a big old thumbprint on it, and
Excellent.
it's stained of almost charcoal black.
All right. Well, I will be back for to ask you a little bit more questions. But, gentlemen, what do you say to going inside and having a drink at the tavern? You can tell me your whole life story, and I can get valuable information for my book.
You are highly suspicious, and that man had no idea what the word hypothetical means.
You mispronounce highly resourceful, not highly suspicious. But I will take that as a yes. Let's go in. Treats on me. Drinks on me. And I lead the way to inside the tavern, heading toward the bar to get some drinks.
Excellent.
Crow has no idea why he hasn't walked off by now, but for some reason he's following them.
I am very charismatic.
Yes.
Hey, yeah, just sign things. Why not? As you make your way to the
Especially
Blood
coming
and
from a
Wine Tavern.
demon-looking dude.
I don't look like a
Aren't you a
demon.
tiefling?
No, I'm an
Oh.
Asmar.
Oh, never mind.
not quite tiefling, but sort of maybe on the opposite end of the spectrum. Something about you screams non-human, but in a different way. A single shaft of light thrusts illumination onto the pillar, into the main square, its brightness looking like a solid pillar in the heavy fog. Above the gaping doorway, a sign hangs precariously askew, proclaiming this to be the Blood on the Vine Tavern. When you head inside and knock the door open, it opens with a solid creak, as it hasn't been serviced in many years, and it sounds like it catches, and as soon as it does, you can hear from inside, "Give it a push! It'll open fine! Just give it a push!"
I wait for them to do it. I'm writing all this down.
The door hangs halfway ajar until you can push it open.
Crow just lets out a ragged sigh, and he puts his hand to the door and shoves it open, muttering, "This town is barely alive."
As you do, you go ahead and give me a strength check. Actually, this is a hard door to open.
I will help him with guidance.
Sure.
By just pushing up against his shoulders, like I'm pushing him to help push open the door.
Sure. Yeah. Magic kind of flows from your hand and into his shoulder. And go ahead and give me a strength check, Crow. With a 14, you put your weight into it. You lean against it and suddenly give it a good jerk with a and it opens and it catches itself on the other side, and it's kind of stuck now. The door is kind of stuck open at this point, and from inside you can hear the tavern keeper say, "What Just leave it. Just leave it. We'll have something get done to it. Maybe a drop of oil will help.
Hmm.
And as you peruse the area of the inn, it seems it is steeped in its own traditions and history. On the walls are bear skins with cloves of garlic next to them, just kind of hanging on the ceiling. You see vines of a certain type of plant also kind of growing on the pillars, and in these baskets, there seems to be a not quite so fresh arrangement of flowers. Um, Maybe for scent, maybe for color, but you can't imagine that they have been changed or recently picked. Some of them are violet and purple and blue, and they all seem to kind of, well, create this interesting smell as you walk in. There seems to be, I think, in one corner, a gentleman sitting by himself, sipping his wine. But for all intents and purposes, this is an empty bar.
How disappointing. I was hoping a much more lively setting for the entrance of my book. But I suppose averting readers' attentions will do as well. I go up to the bar and I order us 3 beers.
You do so, and the barkeeper very quickly takes your money, which is, I believe, just a silver piece. As he exchanges it, you can see on his hands they seem to be a little bit grimy, and when he passes you the drinks, some of that grime is left on there. And he says, "Have some ale. It'll keep you warm at night, please."
Sure, thank you, sir. I very much so appreciate it. And I give the 2 other beers to my fellow compatriots and annoy them, asking them journalistic questions like where are they from, how did they get here, why are they here, things like that.
Sure.
Just trying to get their backstory, essentially.
You sit down and begin enjoying your beverages, and I guess Niklaus, goes over his spiel with you.
Crow throughout is decidedly not forthcoming. He explains he's Crow, he's a swordsman, he's here to meet the Count, and he's from Karatur, and this seems to be all he's willing to share at the moment.
See, Crow, now what we're trying to do here is we're trying to make characters even more exciting. So you say that you're here to simply meet the Count, but wouldn't it be much more interesting if you were here to, let's say, get revenge on the Count for the murder of your family? How does that sound?
This sounds like a falsehood.
Exactly. Fiction. That's what we're going for. It's going in the book, and I start writing down furiously.
Well, write as you will. We're never leaving this place in all likelihood.
Oh, and why is that?
You are in Barovia. Most who leave you enter do not leave.
Well, you are really getting into this character development stuff. See, it seems like you already understand that most characters do need a flaw, and yours seems to be hopelessness. That's very good. I'll put that in the book as well.
Yes.
This is taking the piss,
you,
and I fucking love it. Continue.
Oh no, what's your story? I just get his backstory and try to manipulate it to what it's not. Basically, same way I did with Crow.
You were speaking to Ono, correct?
Yes.
I want to check and see if there's any magic that's happening while we are telling our stories.
Happening from where? I guess where's the source?
From him.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah. Sure. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check with Wisdom.
Uh, can I just roll a wisdom insight check then, I guess?
This would be.
I'm
So
not proficient in it.
you're not proficient in insight or arcana.
Arcana.
Arcana, gotcha. So yeah, you can just roll if you would roll a wisdom check.
Okay. Oh. There you go.
Excellent, 21. I have to ask you then. I guess out of character, are you using any magic currently, Silent Void? Or
No,
buffs?
he is just being himself, which is kind of a manipulative writer.
Got it.
Okay, that's fine.
I guess yeah. As you view him, he doesn't seem to be lacing his words with the the magical effects of what a bard may be, perhaps using a spell on you.
Okay, then I will tell him what I told him the same thing when we first met. That I am an orphan and I was blessed with a dragon mark upon my forehead. And I was found at the Emerald Enclave's headquarters for some odd reason, knowing that they didn't want me to grow up in the hands of someone evil to abuse the talent that I was given at birth. They started training me in the ways of a druid, and in their enclave, normally when they initiate people at a much older age, not a child or even a baby, really. And so my master was really my father figure. So I am now on my first solo mission without any guidance from the Emerald Enclave. So I'm forced to use my own guile, wit, and connection to animals to guide my way and solve the pain that the land is in here. Or at least not solve the pain, but right the wrong so everything is in balance. That's my whole thing. My whole spiel is everything must be in constant balance.
I see. So you're trying to go for the more noble type role. Is that correct then? That's kind of what I'm hearing. Is that right?
Noble? No, just fix wrongs.
Oh, noble and modest. Interesting. Okay, great.
Oh, yes.
I write all this in my book.
Excellent.
What races are you guys, by the way?
I'm just human.
Kerr, are you also human?
He looks like it, but even as you're sitting there, that little stirring of wind is still going on around him.
Kuro, if you don't mind me asking, what race are you? We do have to fit our diversity quota, of course, in the book as well.
Diversity quota.
Yes, you have a human. I am Asma, of course, as you probably have realized by my radiant energy. And I can't quite tell what you are.
I am human enough, and I could not tell you are Asamar. You seem like scam artist.
Oh, I can more than prove it. I stand up, stand about 5 feet back, and then I do activate my radiant consumption, and I set myself on fire essentially with radiant light, and then I end it after about 5 seconds.
Sure,
but I am going to use it.
All around you, this bright white, almost like ivory colored light shoots forth from your body, washing this entire darkened inn with light. And as you see that, you hear from behind you, in the seats next to you, the man speak up, and he says, "By Berov's light, what have you done?" Oh.
What do you mean, what have I done?
You've blasted energy across here. You're not casting spells within this tavern. Oh. Who are you, anyway? You've just arrived in town and you're making a mockery here of our simple ways.
Oh, I apologize. I'm actually trying to keep a low profile, but I do have to I have a few set pieces, of course, for this book I'm writing. I'm Niklaus Fox, of course.
Book? Look, yes, Nicholas, good to meet you. My name is Mark. Um, just but a man here trying to live and keep the
Mark.
peace.
I see. I give him an autograph.
Uh, thank you. Uh, I don't believe I'll need this. But I must ask, what are you doing here in Barovia? You don't seem like you're from around here, and you don't seem like, well, you're the type to, well, no offense, not stir up trouble.
I'm not much for trouble. Actually, I'm trying to keep a much more low profile. So perhaps it's better if my compatriot talks to you. And I usher Crow over and say, Crow, come talk to this man. I'm kind of looking for like a third-person angle for this scene. I just want to be a bystander for this. But if you could, talk to this man and I can ride to town, that'd be excellent. So with you.
Oh, you're already giving me a headache with your talking. Is there someone else who can maybe speak some sense to me?
And Crow,
You with the dark hair.
Crow suddenly looks surprised by the request, like a trapped mouse, and well, he just stands up and he says, "I apologize for the idiot. He should not make a scene like so. Um, I am Crow. I am a swordsman. I am here to pass through, nothing more." And he is writing a book, and he wants to not make a scene, yet he speaks to everyone.
Yes, I can already tell this is going to be a headache. You know, my father, if he were here, he'd throw a tantrum.
Would you like a good berry?
But why? What is that?
Magical wonders, and as I hand him the good berry, I cast guidance on it.
Um,
Or
you
on
hand
him.
over, you hand over the good berry, and as you do, he says, "Oh, what's that? I do not ask for magic. Just, is that food? And is it
Yes.
perhaps edible? It just seems to be so small. Why is it glowing?"
It's a non-magical berry with glowing properties.
If I eat this, will I feel better?
Maybe. It'll quench some of your hunger.
And
Feel
he kind of
feel
shrugs,
better.
kind of with this like, "Why not?" And he pops in his mouth, and as he chews a little bit, he gulps in. Mm, this is delicious. Oh, where do you come up with these?
I've spent a lot of time out in the forest, and I found them in a distant land.
Ah, well, it's good to know that they're exotic. Uh, After all, the help I'll need will need to be. Look, you three lot look like you can maybe take care of yourselves. Would you agree to maybe help a burgermeister who is in a bit of trouble?
I'm looking for the road to the ruler's castle, but if it is on the way, perhaps if there is compensation.
Then you're in luck. Then we offer all three. You, you see, my sister, uh, Irina. She's been, well, hounded by this Strahd. I simply wish for her to be safe and maybe even be removed from her presence. If you could go to Strahd, convince him to leave her alone, we would have ample, I say, ways to repay you. All three.
Mm-hmm.
My father, after all, he is the village burgermeister. Um, Last name, uh, Kolyanovich.
Oh.
And what exactly do you mean by he's hounding her?
And at that, he invites you to his table. Orders another jug of wine, and he says, "Please, please, I'd rather not discuss these, well, within earshot of Strahd and his men."
Hmm.
And he beckons you to his table.
I join happily.
Crow follows along, but he sort of stands just off to the side, watching the tavern, as if he really doesn't trust the place entirely.
Um, sure. Go ahead and give me an insight check, and let's see if I can maybe assuage some of those from this character.
Oh, if you met
Oof.
me.
Yes. With that, I think you recognize the sound of someone in a little bit of distress. Um, but I think that is maybe it.
How about a 20?
With a 20,
Not a nat.
you know this man to very much be telling the truth about at least one thing: his care for this woman that he has mentioned, this Irina. Other than that, everything else seems to be the truth as well. But you know that there's one thing that has certainly not lied about tonight, which is that he wishes to protect his sister, Irina. As you sit down, he talks in a much more hushed voice, and he says, "If you're game for it, I have this request, and it comes not just from me. It comes from the Burgermeister himself. I've got coin, so I'm willing to pay. If you could perhaps maybe pay Count Strahd a visit um, in my stead, convince him to stop haranguing her, harassing her, and, well, coming by and paying visits. I know it is his domain, but I just don't want to deal with it anymore. Neither does my father."
Well,
Sure. I mean, I think I speak for pretty much everyone, especially Crow. I know he has business with the Count, but I, for one, need a good excuse to go see him, and this sounds like a perfect reason.
Fantastic. Um, so I can maybe pay you. Well, here's a letter, and he fishes out a envelope with a red seal on it. Here's some gold, and he puts up about 10 gold pieces up in front of you guys in a pouch, ties it with a knot, and puts it on the table. And he says, "If you could take these, it'd be much appreciated. And when you've done and finished, please come back to me, and you'll get the rest of your reward."
I kind of huddled the other two gentlemen. Gentlemen, are we splitting this 3 gold pieces each to somebody? Is that what we're doing?
my suggestion is you get it all up front. Once we leave this town, I don't think we'll see it again.
I was actually going to forfeit my part of the money in exchange for, rights to using their real names and the tavern's name in the story.
Hmm. Do as you will. It is your share.
Excellent. I turn back to him and I say, "I'll do you one better." And I push the three gold pieces toward him. I say, "You keep this, and in exchange for you signing over your rights to me being able to use your name and your sister's name as well as your tavern's name in the book that I'm writing. How does that sound to you?"
And with that, he looks at you this quizzical look, and he says, "Well, that sounds free."
It is.
Well, sure. I barely have enough. And he stops himself, and he says, uh, I'll sign your papers."
Excellent.
"Sure."
Sign here and here and here and here and here. Go on about that for like a solid 15 more seconds
He takes
as I
the
get all
quill.
his paperwork.
He takes the quill, licks it, dips it in some ink, and looks kind of skeptically at both Ono and Crow. And as if he's signing his life away, he does so. He writes it, penmanship just fantastic. As someone who's been, raised with a cultured life, and signs all the end documents.
Good sir, I did want to ask you though. My associates were asking. Now we're not quite sure about this count, and what is the end reward for this? We're wondering if we couldn't get payment in front, considering we are posing a risk to ourselves in going to the count. No, otherwise you would have done it yourself.
You see Ismark kind of lean back and say, well, you can't really say. You've figured out getting here from wherever you are from. Would maybe 50 gold pieces be good?
50?
If you can, yes, if you can keep Strahd away from us for good.
I turn back to the party. 50 gold? That sounds extremely low. What is that? Is that normal people's money? I'm not used to normal people's money. How much is that?
Look around yourself. 50 gold could probably buy half of this town.
Interesting. I'll turn back to him and I said, "Oh, right, 50 gold it is." My compatriot said that is enough, so that's what we're going with.
Yes, just come back here with the signed letter from Strahd, and we will happily give you your 50 gold pieces.
All right. That sounds like a deal to me. Sorry, Crow, I couldn't get it up front.
Yes,
but 50 gold should do enough.
Well, we will never see it.
Hopelessness, leaning into that character, I like it.
Not hopeless.
When did we become characters in your real life story?
Yes,
yeah, about an hour ago when I first started taking notes on you.
I did not agree to be your associate, and I hope you did not consider my signature to be such.
Yeah, we'll talk about it with legal later.
Who is legal?
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Are you a
what do you say that we go? Go ahead, girl.
Are you a warlock, or perhaps working on behalf of one?
Why do you ask?
You are extremely adept at making deals before people can consider the consequences.
That's just standard writer business. But to answer your question, yes, I am a warlock. Quite recently one.
It was not a difficult guess. It is only to your good fortune that we are walking the same road.
I agree. I think you guys can be most valuable characters in the story I'm creating.
And we all wake up the next morning and it was all just a really bad nightmare.
I wish. And Crow looks to the man who's just hired them and he questions, speaking of the road, is it safe? The man outside selling wood, he spoke of werewolves.
I can speak to wolves. Are they kind of the same thing?
No. These are men who transform into, well, something like a wolf, but more capable of tearing you limb from limb.
I can become a wolf. Does that make me a werewolf?
No, this is a curse.
Oh. I was blessed by nature. Never mind.
You two are hopeless.
I'm
not very bright if you can't get that.
As you say the word hopeless, you see someone walk into the tavern and talk to Ismark, lean close to him and whisper something. And you see the rosy colored, what was left at least, fade from his cheeks. And he stares down and he says, "It's afraid it's come to this. Father, you've left me alone. And as you look around, silence falls on the remaining inhabitants of the tavern. And you hear Ismark yell, "He's dead! Kolyan Inderlich, my father, the burgomaster, he has passed in his sleep. What wicked sickness ailed him? He has left him nothing but a hollow husk." And at that, Ismark gets up to leave.
I wrote all that down as he was saying.
He answers not the question, and well, he speaks and pays us on behalf of a dead man. You see what you get for making swift bargains.
I'm sure we'll be fine.
And as you
You
say
worry
that,
too much.
Ismark looks at you and says, "Apologies. I must put our deal on hold. I do not know where the state of our house will be. Excuse me."
What kind of sickness did your father have?
And as he's rushing on the way out to the door, he puts his hand on the threshold and he turns around and he says, "Not the kind you wish to have." And he heads out.
This town is not worth lingering in, not safe to linger in. Pestilent. Buy what we need and leave. Move on.
To the castle, though, right?
Well, it seems your coin incentive for moving on is gone, as is mine.
No, I don't really. That was just an excuse. I just need a good story.
Well, we could have used the coin to buy better supplies in town if they have them, but it seems not.
Well, usually I just go up to the most recent shop, tell them who I am, and then they, offer to give me some sort of endorsements and give me free stuff. So I was planning on just doing that.
Well, I will ask the question in reverse. Where are you from?
Me? You don't know about the devilishly handsome and esteemed writer, Niklaus Sparks? Is that what you're telling me?
And as you say that, one of the tavern keepers comes over to you and he says, "Heard of you? I never heard of you. Who are you?"
The whole town's in on the joke. I see what you've done here, Crow. You're quite clever.
"Look, I know you're having your discussion and everything, but who's going to pay for your tab? I see 4 pitchers of wine."
Yeah, well, the man who walked out, I suppose, he said that the burgomaster was his father, but he has died. Sudden
Okay.
news, I take it.
"Look, I've never seen your faces here before. And let's get one thing straight. You pay your tab here, or else those lot will have their way with you."
I usually have people here for this. Oh no, would you mind being my financial manager? I'll pay you like a percentage of how much I make, but you seem to be financially sound now.
As you stall, you see 3 Vistani stand up, or at least the other 2, sorry.
Don't you have any gold? You're supposedly this rich.
How much exactly is the tab?
Our Eric, is that how you pronounce it? It's with an A apparently. Speaks and he says, "By my estimates, 5 silver pieces."
5 silver pieces. Silver pieces. Hold up, tilting my my pockets. I usually have people for this.
He stands there with his hips on his shoulder, not shoulder, his hips. Sorry, his hips on his shoulder, his arms on his hips, and he stares you down directly. Meanwhile, the 3 Vistani women stand up, and one of them twirls one of the scarves that she has, and they walk towards you, and they say, "Is there a problem?"
You think the author of Dear Johnny in the scroll book would be better equipped to pay his own tab. I'm low-key a major fan.
And you hear them say, "Is this an issue with payment? If so, well, you'll have to speak to us."
No issue with payment. I'm just checking my pockets here. I didn't write down how much gold I had.
Mirabelle, please come over. We might have some trouble. And you see Maribel stand up, and she
I
says,
take 15 silver out of my pocket and just pay the man.
"Sure." You see Maribel stand up, and as she begins to move, you fish out the coins. With the 15 silver, Eric says, "He didn't have to pay me that much. Look,
You said 5 silver each.
no, I just said 5 silver total.
Oh, okay, then I'll pay him 7.
Thank you." And as he put the money in his hands, the Vistani nearby sit back down. Mirabelle looks over and says, "You are new here, correct? I've never seen your faces around."
Correct. We are new.
Good, good. I do want to advise you, if you like to cause trouble, do not do it in this inn. And if you find yourselves on the opposite end of good fortune, perhaps pay Madame Eva a visit. She may be able to divine what is in store for you.
Sorry, what was her name now?
Madame Eva,
Madame Eva.
I suggest you speak with her.
We will do so. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it.
She gives you this very curt and very respectful nod before sitting back down. And you see that the women have gone back to counting coins at their table. They seem to have been hidden, actually, in some kind of alcove until then. So it seems they've been watching this whole time, however.
Also, I found my gold pouch. I find it. I hold it up to everyone. What do you say, gentlemen?
I'll take 7 silver, please.
I'll give you a full gold piece.
Okay.
I don't do counting. I just round up. Gentlemen, do you think we should seek out this oracle of sorts?
Yeah.
Well, the locals do have a way with magic of a different kind, which, well, is not familiar in Faerun. She may have some insight into the Count.
Sounds like a yes to me. Perhaps we should have asked where exactly this person was. Oops.
You are more than welcome to ask, backtrack, and do what you will.
Okay, cool. Is the person still around who told us that?
Oh yeah, no, they're just like hanging out at a table. They seem
Okay.
to carry themselves as if they own this place.
I'll ask them where that person is that they were telling us about.
Sure. You head over to where you were speaking with the Vistani women, and you go ahead and ask. They seem to be in the middle of counting coin, like I said, but actually, it seems like they're playing a game of checkers or perhaps some kind of local game, and they seem to be putting bets on it as well. And you see among them that they have these tiles that they seem to be clacking around, and on them are these symbols that look like various animals. Some of them look like snakes, others look like bats, some look like rats. And as they kind of shuffle the tiles with like a clack, 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 they bring it in, shuffle them out, and deal them out. And as you ask your question, you see Mirabelle actually speak up again, and she says, "You wish to know where Madame Eva is?"
Yes.
Ask around. I'm sure people will tell you. We're quite busy. And she returns to playing.
Seems like we won't get much here, gentlemen. But don't worry, I have one of my insiders located here. Might be able to help us get some information. Follow me! I walk out of the bar, and I would like to use my my background special
Ah, excellent.
to try to find somebody, a contact in the city who provides information about the people and places of the local area.
You know that there's a person here by the name of Doru who can help you.
Okay, I go seek that person out. I don't know if I know where that person is or if I would have to ask around.
You might have to ask around to figure out where he is. Yeah. But
Okay.
you do know that there's a person in Barovia named Doru who can help you.
I tell Ono and Crow that and just say that all we have to do is find my contact named Ono. Or excuse me, what was his name? That's your name.
Doru.
Doru. Named Doru, and we should be good.
Well, finding in a town like this seems better suited to your talents than mine.
All right. I can do that. It is what I do best. I go up to random people and ask them where Doru is.
Sure, they're very.
You don't know where he is. You just you have to find the person to find the person.
You very easily get that done. They say you ask one of the strangers on the streets, and they look at you with this like cockeyed grin, like,
Doru, is up in church. You're
Church.
looking for him?
Excellent. Yes. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're quite handsome, you know that. Where are you from?
Oh, you flatter me. I give him a gold piece
you
for helping me.
you give this old lady who is way past her years a gold piece, and she like bites into it, and she's
Seems real enough. Hey, don't be a stranger, okay?
Of course not. Also, can you? I get her to sign my papers as well.
Was she propping herself? What's the word I'm looking for?
She
What's
was
her
just
what's
being
her body
nice,
language?
her body language is very much like one hand raised, shoulders hunched, one eye like cocked towards you, kind of like looking you up and down, and with this grin on her face.
She's just being friendly. Thank you, madam. Perhaps I'll see you soon.
Oh, thank you, young man.
Crew, oh no, let's go. I head toward the church that she told us about.
She points to the northwest, and as you see, as you moving back into the square, you actually see that there's even more commotion, as it seems like Andre got roped into pulling his wagon up to actually along with you. As you pass him, he kind of gives you this strange look, like you're going to the same direction, well, you eventually make it up to the church. Atop a slight rise against the roots of the pillar stone that supports Castle Ravenloft stands a gray, sagging edifice of stone and wood. This church has obviously weathered the assaults of evils for centuries, and it is worn and weary. A bell tower rises above the back, and flickering lights shine through holes in the shingled roof. The rafters strain feebly against their load. And as you approach the church doors, you see these heavy wooden doors that are covered with claw marks, and they even seem to be scarred by fire.
After you, gentlemen.
The only holy ground in the city, and they of course try to burn it down.
Oh, are you a holy man, Crow?
Anything but. In all likelihood, I burst into flames when I go through the doors myself.
I take a step back while he goes toward the church.
And Crow once again finds himself pushing open doors, and he's not liking this butler situation very much, but well, it just coincidentally seems to be following his interests, so along he goes with them.
You come to the doors, and as you push them open, they creak with the characteristic quality of Barovia. You push, and you hear And inside it seems to be lit. Doors open to reveal a 10-foot wide, 20-foot long hallway leading to a brightly lit chapel. The hall is unlit and reeks of mildew. 4 doors, 2 on each side of the hall, lead to adjacent chambers. You can see that the chapel is strewn with debris, and you hear a soft voice from within reciting a prayer. Suddenly, the prayer is blotted out by an inhuman scream that rises up from beneath the wooden floor. And it sounds like,
And as usual, madness grips the whole town.
We're not on fire yet.
Probably,
Not yet.
probably because it is not actual holy ground.
I start spelling holy in the dirt.
Hmm.
It is now.
A funny one. They'll kill you quickly. And Crow just sort of wanders into the church, and his scarf is fluttering along all the way, even though they're perfectly enclosed. Just something very light on his feet about him.
Did you say that it was unlit in that section?
the hall is unlit, correct?
Okay,
gonna
as
Cast
go ahead.
sacred flame so I can see.
and also as Crow, I'm guessing Crow's leading the way because I'm trailing behind him with my book. I'm gonna cast light on Crow's scarf so that he lights up where he's walking.
Crow seems decidedly agitated by that, and he peers over his shoulder and it says,
Wait, what color is it?
"What's that?"
What color is the light?
Oh,
Just regular yellow,
yeah, I think it's
yellowish white.
I think with light, it's just normal light.
Because the light can be colored as you like, so I was hoping it was gonna be like pink.
Oh,
I'll just do it normal.
he just peers over his shoulder in a very territorial fashion now with his eyes, and he says, "Do not touch that again." And he really has no choice other than to accept that it's for now lit up. And his shoulders are sort of held up stiff for a minute, as if he's just barely holding himself back. But he keeps going forward.
I'm just keeping sacred light in front of me as we walk forward.
Sure. You keep it unlit, and when you move through the halls, you get this strange feeling that this place has recently been abandoned. As the strewn out debris seems to pile up in corners, you look over to a room that seems to be filled with this dirtiness. It contains a wooden bed and a straw-filled mattress, and above the bed's headboard seems to be a lone holy symbol made of wood.
Where is the what was it? Mystic fortune teller?
Well, actually, Doru is supposed to be in here. My contact, who's supposed to tell us about the mystic fortune teller. I yelled, "Doru, where are you?"
How do you have
as you,
contact in Barovia?
As you cry out that name, you hear some rummaging around in the basement, and it sounds like wood boxes being scrambled over. Something inhuman is crawling around below. As you come up to the next bedroom, it seems to contain a wooden bed with a straw-filled mattress, next to which a small table rests with a lamp of oil burning brightly on it. Above this bed's headboard is also a holy symbol, the shape of a wooden sun.
How do you have a contact in Barovia?
Oh, I have contacts from all. What part of world renown don't you understand? I have contacts everywhere.
You have no idea where you are. Oh. And Crow just shakes his head, and he's trying to sort of hold a hand towards his nose so that the light from his scarf stops blinding him. And he's looking around just for, well, sign of anyone.
Let me actually show you the church that you're in. And hopefully this works. I was hesitant to change maps here, but it sounds like you guys are trying to explore a little bit here. Can you see everything okay?
Sure
Yes.
can.
Excellent.
I also do have vision up to 120 feet, dark vision,
Very
because
cool.
of my invocation.
Now I have... Interesting. So I'm going to have to do this. So I'm going to have to put... when we go back to the world map, I'll create new tokens for you guys to kind of move around with. I might have to figure out a better way, because I currently don't actually know if there's a way for me to give you guys your correct vision in feet, and then have it also translate into miles on the world map. So yeah, like right now I have you guys at apparently 3 feet of night vision. That doesn't sound right.
I'd be able to see, like, I have no night. Well, I think Sacred Flame gives me 10 feet around it. I don't remember.
And Crow is lit up. So
Like
you
a
can see
light
around.
bulb.
We can see everything on the map as we go forward.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go ahead and give you light emission.
Sorry, it's not Sacred Flame. It's Produce Light. Produce Flame.
Gotcha.
So it's an actual fire. It's not. That's my bad. Same thing. I'm producing light, but
At a
Produce
10-foot radius.
yeah, 10-foot radius and a dim light for an additional 10 feet.
Got it.
So 20 feet total with a dim light around the outside.
Awesome. All right. So I believe you'd examined one room and then the other. Where to next?
Who's this guy? Is he the guy making all the weird chants?
You see this gentleman who was apparent the moment you walked in, but he was just been cowering behind this altar this whole time. And it looks like he stopped chanting. But yeah, he is behind the altar, kind of whimpering almost.
I'm gonna say to Klaus, hey, you should go get his signature in his life story.
Sorry, I was on mute. I'm already on it, friend. Yeah, I'll shout, Doru, is that you? As I walk toward the altar.
Look at him approach like an idiot. He'd be perfect for traps.
Who is it? Please, don't come any closer.
Doru, it's me, world-renowned and devilishly handsome writer, Niklaus Box. Don't you recognize me?
No, I'm sorry, I don't recognize you. And have you seen my son? Please, you need to leave here immediately.
Do I recognize that this is Doru?
You do not. This does not seem to be Dorm.
What's your son's name, perchance?
Doru is his name. Now, please, I must beg of you, please leave. It's dangerous for you here.
That's actually who we're looking for. Where is he?
There's no way you can be looking on him. If there's someone who's directed you on, it's a cruel trick, a joke.
Well, you're not making much sense, which was why you would make for a perfect book character. Tell me what happened here, and I pull up my parchment again and start writing.
As you do so, Donovich looks up from his altar. from behind his altar, and he sees that you haven't run away yet. In fact, you seem quite intent on spending some time here. And he comes out from behind, and he says,
You're not like regular people, are you?
Of
I'm
course
afraid.
not.
Decidedly not regular, some of us more than others.
Donovan, what could you tell us about here? I'm trying to locate Doru, but if you have a great story, that will do as well.
and as you say story, Donovich launches into, well, his spiel.
Strahd, curse, my son.
And as he kind of scratches at his face and kind of pulls his hair out, he doesn't seem to be making much sense.
Does it have to do with anything like of this? I pull out the letter with the S that we got when we first got here and show it
He
to him.
doesn't recognize the letter at all. He looks it in your hand and he says,
A letter? Is it from
What the
Strahd?
hell?
Has he come to take my boy?
I'm not quite sure. You tell me.
Donovich begins to whisper prayers to himself as he looks more and more distraught.
Curse, what curse?
Curse, the curse? You know about the curse? Oh, he hasn't fed. He hasn't eaten.
I know many curses. Which one has Strahd put upon you?
Not on me. Not on me, not on me.
Your son, Doru.
Yes, you know him? Yes, you came here seeking him, Doru. Oh, why have you come seeking my son?
We're trying to help him with his curse.
And as you say that, Donovich seems to change his demeanor, and he says,
Help. There's no way to help him. You're here to kill him. Please, spare him. Please, spare my son.
We might have a way to help him. Just lead us toward him.
No, I don't trust you.
And Donovich takes a candlestick and swings it at you.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll initiative.
Wait, he's trying to kill us with a candle?
Guess so.
He raises his hands, but you are first to act. Go ahead, Crow.
Idiotic. Crow's just completely done with it for now. And he reaches just beneath the sash around his waist and pulls forth looks like a katana. Anyone from Faerun who's been to Karatur would recognize one. Strange light to the blade, though. It's a kind of a bright steel. And he just quickly, for whatever reason, rushes forward to aid the rider. And as he does so, he moves up and he strikes with one hand.
Go ahead and roll. 26.
Jesus.
I believe a 26 is a natural crit, and those always hit.
Yes. Whew.
Where does the radiant energy come from?
As you swing your blade, you make a slice in the air, and Donovan looks blankly forward, and he collapses.
Ugh.
My son.
he says before he passes.
You killed him?
No.
Crow just sort of whips the blade off to the side so that the blood flies off of it, and then he just neatly puts it back into its scabbard.
I run toward him, and I try to heal him.
He is still, he is not beyond saving. So go ahead and do
I
so.
use my healing hands on him.
You're healing a madman who just tried to kill you.
With a candle.
It was a candle, Crow. You can't just simply strike out on people who don't disagree with you. Otherwise, many people have tried to kill me already, but that's besides the point.
I was going to say, next time I won't come to your rescue. I'll take your advice.
Oh, I had it handled. Donovan, are you awake?
What happened?
An evil spectre rose up from the chapel and tried to take your head off.
As you look into Donovich's eyes, they kind of stare blankly at the ceiling as he seems to see patterns and latch onto them that others wouldn't. I think from this point, you recognize the look of an insane person.
Crow, I think you were correct. He's not all there.
You see, I am not totally an idiot.
Okay, team meeting. Donovan, stay here. And I just call everyone to group up and just say, what exactly should we do with him? I don't think we should kill him again, Crow, just because he's not all right there. But I do think that maybe we should, get him some help.
Is this not your contact?
No, his son is actually my contact, but he said that his something's wrong with his son, but he refuses to tell us anything about him. He must be somewhere located in here, though, if what he says is true.
We could not see the man before. Plenty of noise. Perhaps a side room? Perhaps under the temple? Who's to say?
True.
As you discuss, oh no, you hear some knocking on the door, and it sounds like
Donovich, are you in there?
Do not tell anyone that I drew my blade.
What blade? I wink at you.
Exactly.
you hear the knocking again, and it's louder this time, and it goes.
I'm gonna go open the door. Hello, who's there?
And as you get to the door, you see the familiar face of Andre and Ismark. And they seem to be looking at you with a concerned look.
Crow is.
Can I help you?
Crow's moved off to the side around the corner here.
Oh, I'm gonna kind of make a big scene, go to Donovan and cradle him in my arms.
I didn't open the door all the way. I just kind of peeked at it and yoo-hoo, hello, can I help you? We have a situation here. Can I help you with something?
Ismark peers inside and he looks at Anno and he says, "Fancy meeting you here? You must have heard the news. I wanted to come here first to make arrangements for my father."
Well, I thought this place was abandoned. It's in quite disrepair.
As he looks inside, Ismark kind of looks surprised. He says, "I thought Donovich was taking care of everything."
Is he right in the head?
Last time I checked, yeah. He's offering
Well,
prayers.
He tried to swat at us with a candle. And
Doesn't sound like Donovich.
so we just been trying to calm him down, and
and my friend over there is taking care of him.
As he rubs his temple, he says, "This town falls further from the light. Get him."
I can create a light and I make a little flame.
He does, and he says, "Appreciate the levity. But if I can ask you, set him right and find me. I'd be much appreciated."
Crow
and
finally
he
announces his
puts-
presence, and he asks, "Have you seen the man's son, or know where in here he might live? He says he's been cursed. That's why he's so frantic."
I've not seen Doru myself. But here, please take this for your trouble. And he gives you a sack of coins.
Now we find gold. Well,
I think during this time I'm trying to get console Donovan and just try to get any sort of information from him
Sure.
regarding where Donovan is. Just telling him that we're trying to cure him and we're here to help him.
Yep, makes sense. Go ahead and give me a medicine check. This is almost interrogation, but not quite. You're trying to console him at the same time.
Mhm.
Give me just a charisma check, actually. And then with that pouch in your hand, Ono,
Hey.
Ismark leaves and kind of bids you adieu. He does not know about the state of Doru. It seems like he is super concerned with just his father at the moment. With a 21, you shake Donovan vigorously, and you speak to him and try to get through to him. And as you do, he lays there on the ground, previously bloodied, but now just in a state of shock. And he says, "Please, if you're gonna take my boy away from me, just let him know that his father loved him."
and Crow, meanwhile, is trying the doors in the hallway. He said enough of the theatrics up by the altar.
I'll come toward the rest of the party and say, I don't know if we're gonna get any more out of him. He seems to be quite out of it. Better off exploring by ourselves.
Yes, I thought that myself. Crow is trying the door to see if it's locked or if he can pass through. He'll eventually try all of them, really.
The door to the rooms on the left are both open. The doors on the right are closed. But you have been to both of these rooms, I believe, and found just a wooden cross and holy symbol of the sun.
I want to try going in this right room. It's locked, you said?
No, they are just closed. Yeah.
Okay. I'll
and-
open that door.
Sure.
Now, did I hear correctly, Ono? Did Mark say that Donovan was his father? Did I hear that correctly?
Some mention of a father.
Well, if he is, at least we didn't kill him. I'll go in this room and look around.
That is the office. You immediately see supplies and a cabinet. And Ono, you're looking for that door, correct?
Yes.
Got it. And then Crow, are you, I'm guessing, backing up one of these two?
He's keeping an eye on them, but he's also curious about the other door, which isn't open. So I suppose he's sort of between the two.
Got it. Oh no, you walk into this room and immediately you smell the moldy room. Contains a few broken shingles amid puddles of water. In one corner, set into the floor, is a heavy wooden trapdoor held shut by a chain and padlock. And from below, you can hear what sounds like to be murmuring. You've discovered, Niklaus, a office here full of supplies.
I would
An
like
old
to
desk.
look around. to
An
see
old
if I
desk and
can find anything
chair
nice.
stand against the south wall, a wooden holy symbol mounted above them. A 10-foot long iron rod attached to the northern wall stands bare, suggesting that a tapestry once hung there. And against the far wall stands a wooden cabinet with 4 tall doors. As you look around, you find a few boxes full of candles and 2 well-used books. One titled Hymn to the Dawn, and another one titled The Blade of Truth, the uses of logic in the war against diabolist heresies.
I will put both of those books in my satchel for some light reading later.
You do so. Let me go ahead and copy them. All right. Where to next?
Was there anything in that room that I was going into?
Oh yeah, sorry, I should have opened that up. There's a trapdoor with shingles and wood staining everywhere.
Is it locked?
It is indeed.
Uh,
Oh heavens, this room is a mess.
can anybody try to pick that?
Are you asking if world-renowned journalist / writer can pick a lock? Of course he can. Niklas uses his thieves' tools to try to pick the lock.
And I'm going to guidance him and give him the help action.
He is not very good at it, so let's see how he does. But
Sure,
he does
roll
that
with
for-
advantage and add that 1d4.
Of course, what you cannot talk
I'm used
out
to-
of people, you steal.
I'm just trying to like guide his hand through like where I think the picks need to go. I really have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm just trying to help him.
Sure, you're like holding the toolkit in front of him as he
Yeah,
picks them out.
yeah. So he can focus on that and not dropping his oh so precious tools.
Let's see. Well, and a D4. 12.
Oh man, I don't know if that's enough. What you do manage to figure out is that this lock seems to have been kind of rusted. And as you start removing the chain, it actually starts to open. It seems that it was kind of locked simply by the chain pulling on a strange way. With a click, the padlock kind of slides off, and well, now you can fully remove the chain.
I'm gonna
I
put
give
the
oh no
chain in
a
my
week.
backpack.
You do what?
I'm gonna put the chain in my backpack.
Sure,
the
you do
lock.
so.
I know it's rusted, but and then I will let someone else peek inside.
The trapdoor is not yet opened, I believe. It is still closed.
I use my action to summon a giant two-handed maul weapon.
Whoa! No need to beat me up. Come on, man.
I strap it to my back and says, just in case.
Okay, I'll open it and I'll like lower my light down into it.
Sure. Give me a strength check to attempt to open this door.
Oh boy, I have a 0 to strength.
That's why I was gonna let Cody.
Okay, I'll take it.
That is a strength save, so just click on strength the next time. But 17 will do it.
Okay.
Yeah, you put your hand alongside this frame, this wooden frame, and you start pulling. It does not immediately open, but as you pull again, you wrench this swollen trapdoor open, and with a
I feel like with a 17, I'm still not strong enough, so I have to like grab onto Niklaus and like pull at him to try to get it to open. Like, help me here! Come on!
oh yeah, it's definitely like normally this wouldn't be something you're capable of, but something's taken upon you, and you find it within you to just wrench this thing open. When you do, suddenly the kind of murmuring and speaking stops.
I lower my light down into it and see
Uh.
just what I can see from the edge. I'm not peeking my head in. I just want to see what's like how far it goes down.
Gotcha.
My light can go down up to 60 feet.
Let's see. I think if I could drag your character over to the right side here, this is what you would see. Oh.
Right.
Trying to put you. This is where you would see, on the right side of this map. Yep.
Okay. Like there's some stairs going down. Should we go check it out?
Seems to be someone down there. Perhaps his cursed son was just locked under the chain.
I'd say this would be the perfect first chapter to my book. Let's go. And I hop down the hatch.
Okay.
Perfect for traps.
You do so, and as you three descend, Crow, I'm assuming you're coming along.
Reluctantly, yes.
You fully fill up the basement here, and from the far corner you see someone, well, huddled up in a corner, and you hear him say,
Father, is that you? I'm starving.
Oh no.
I cast Armor of Agathis
What did this one want?
on myself. As these kind of like an icy
I hope she's not dying.
spikes cover my armor, and they say, your father sent us over here to check on you.
"Yeah, go ahead and give me
Yoru,
deception.
is that you? Give you what?
Deception, please."
Oops, just 17. Not
17.
advantage.
It's pretty good. Doru gets up, and as he starts to walk along the walls, he says,
My father did what now?
He
Yes.
was concerned about you, wanted us to check on you. Are you doing okay,
Yes.
Doru?
Sure. Get closer so I may see you.
I step forward.
Do not go any closer to him, you idiot.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. You worry too much.
Did he ask you to help parch my fist?
He more asked us to check in on you and see what was going on. Are you doing okay?
Oh, I'm not doing too well, you see.
and as he holds one side of his body away from you, he motions towards you, or he moves towards you as he motions to it and says,
I've been injured recently. If you could please tend to my wounds.
Injured by who exactly?
Oh, the rats here, they're so very large and bitey. Could you just please look at...
and go ahead and give me an insight check.
All of us?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That's an 8.
You've seen the look of a fiend before. And Nicholas, you know that Doru is making something up about his arm to move closer to you.
Gentlemen, I think it's time for the first action scene, unfortunately. I throw an Eldritch Blast at him.
I'm gonna throw my fireball at him.
All right. Go ahead. And roll it.
I can use that as an action if it's already been created.
Oh, the produce flame.
Yeah,
Awesome.
because it produces like a flame in the air, but it also does 1d8 fire damage if it hits its attack roll.
Yep.
I didn't know that though. I thought that was kind of cool. All right, let's see.
It's like a mobile torch. It's definitely interesting. It's not as good as a firebolt, but it will do damage.
Apparently, there's also like create bonfire or something that you can use to damage people as well if they walk into something.
Yep, if they start their turn in it, I believe, or maybe pass through it.
It's kind of like a moonbeam, but a cantrip.
Yeah, lots of fire cantrips that all do various different things.
Yes.
Well, go ahead. Oh no, you go first. You see your teammate at the bottom of the stairs, kind of like whisper something cautious as Doru approaches him.
Before I attack him, I'm gonna be like, are we going to are we trying to kill him, or like what are we doing here?
I think kill. His father did say he wanted us to help him. I think that's the only way to help, unfortunately.
Okay, then I am going to cast just so I can see down here. I don't want to get rid of my produce flame, so I'm going to cast Chilling Touch. Did I not add it? Here it is. Chill Touch, here we go. The 12 hit?
12 does not hit.
You can rest of these, though. Crow's scarf is still glowing, sadly, so you have that.
Okay, well, I already used my action to cast Chill Touch, so that'll end my turn. Oh, actually, why not? With my bonus action, I am going to summon my unicorn totem right here. And it has a 30-foot radius.
Got it. And does it look like a unicorn essentially, like on a statue?
It's a spirit, but it can't be attacked. It's like a incorporeal spirit basically, and it just like has like this aura of 30 feet around it. So it's a movable creature.
Got it.
I can move it with my bonus action, but yes.
It's the best thing I could come up with on stream.
There's a unicorn! I love it! That's great.
And you said a 30-foot radius?
Yeah. I believe so. Yeah.
Your totem is summoned.
Woohoo! That ends my turn.
Go ahead, Niklaus. You see Doru approach you, fangs bared at this point.
Decisions. Not sure how hard he'll hit, so I guess we'll see. I'm just gonna go straight up to him running, and I'm gonna cast Green Flame Blade on him. On my weapon and see if I hit.
Excellent. Let's see if you do.
Well, that's not gonna hit.
No. You swing your Great Maul around and you bite a chunk out of the pillar standing next to you. And Doru kind of averts his eyes from being sprayed by the dust and pebbles. And you can see like dust from the cellar floor, ceiling. Sorry, can drift down.
Starting off real strong here.
I turn around to Crow and say, Crow, it's all you. I do actually. Hold on, let me read something real quick. Yeah, that's it. Actually, that's it. I just whiffed.
Going up next, Doru. As he returns to meet his gaze with yours, he says, "I'm so thirsty." And he makes an attempt to grapple onto you. Claws reach out, and they almost get to you. They swipe in the air, and he seems almost like scared to take on all three of you at once. And you see him retract his claws and say, "Get over here!" As he throws another set of claws your way. With a 16, does that hit your AC?
Just misses. I have 17 AC.
Ooh.
Slashing in front of your eyes, you feel the wind pass as he says, "I'll get you." And go ahead, Crow.
Earlier I was too swift. Now you want me cutting things down. Are you sure?
Yes, please, quite sure. Very certain.
And with an agitated sigh, Crow's already drawing his katana as he sort of throws himself over the railing here. And he just moves up. I'm not sure how far down that railing is, by the way.
You're going to need to give me an acrobatics check, but this is totally doable.
Okay.
16 lands you right on your feet, spry as a cat.
All right. And he moves up, and well, once again, single slash, one hand.
Oh.
You bring your katana up against in a slashing motion as you draw it across Doru's body. 19 hits. You leave this lasting bright scar along his clothing and his chest. And as he gets hit, he yells out and says, "Yeah! It hurts!"
Of course it hurts. You're not human.
You're a naughty, naughty boy.
He's thirsty, alright, for your blood. And he's going to, well, this is a problem for him, so he's going to go ahead and action surge and attack again.
Go for it.
Alright.
You bring your blade once up again, making a slashing motion a second time. It hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
So you're doing 2 dueling damage plus 4 plus 1 more?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Solid.
You're actually rolling the lowest, I think, on those.
Yeah, I think you rolled like a 1 twice on your slashing.
Yeah, not doing well.
Hey, at least you can hit.
Your sword brilliantly gleams in the air as it sort of cuts this white light into his flesh. With another 7 points of damage, you can see that it's not healing up immediately like most wounds to vampires or undead.
He's past life. Don't know what he is, but I would suggest not letting him touch you. He's already holding his katana out as if to keep him at bay. Now that he knows exactly what it can do to him, and that ends my turn.
All right, go ahead, Ono.
All right. We're going to try this again. He didn't do any damage to anybody, right?
Not yet, no. Not that the vampire has not.
Okay, we are going to chill touch him again. Come on, baby.
19 hits.
Woo-hoo. 8 damage, and he cannot heal himself. Plus, if he tries to attack me, he has disadvantage. If he's an undead.
Got it. Chill touch is cast at his location, and you see this skeletal hand swipe its way through his form. And as that happens, you can see his like icy fangs start growing a little bit of condensation on them, and you hear him say, as he kind of keeps his hands in front of him, and is just barely able to get him to move. He's been slowed down by the cold. And up next is Niklaus.
Okay. Take number 2, I guess. Trying to this green flame blade again. Oh my god.
Huh.
Not my day.
Dude,
Oops,
welcome
sorry,
to
I did
our
not mean to do
rolling.
that. It's only the nat one. I missed again. And nothing happens.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate. Your next
It's-
hit strikes at Doru, but when it does, he just steps out of the way, and with this unearthly speed too. It slams against the ground, cracking the tile, and causing dust to kind of blow up. On his turn, he says, "Never take me. I must feed." Um, and he goes to grapple, I believe, Crow at this point.
Ooh.
With claws strike out from on wide. He misses. It goes and bounces off of Crow's armor. His next attack follows up. As he digs his way into your arm. It doesn't deal damage though, as he seems to just be intent on just catching you and biting you. Go ahead, Crow.
Crow is, well, I'll put it this way. Suddenly, Crow does not have a shadow. Instead, there's another Crow standing behind him, sort of looking in grayscale, but otherwise identical. And he just sort of, yeah, there you go. Like so. And suddenly it's hard to tell them apart until, the shadow taps him on the shoulder. See if he can get his attention.
Yeah, go ahead and roll deception.
Mm-hmm.
You're very convincing. Echo walks up behind Doru and momentarily distracts him, giving the next attack on him advantage.
Yes, as soon as he turns, Crow just stabs him in the back, no hesitation.
Go ahead and roll.
Oh, sorry, had to fix something there.
$25 hits. It's a very good roll. Dealing 8 points of damage here.
And that is the end of my turn. And, well, at this point, he literally does not have a shadow, and there's still the wind. He's very strange.
Oh no, it is your turn as you see your teammate duplicate himself and feint an attack, or I guess give himself help on his own attack.
He took damage, didn't he?
No, he hasn't actually. He is now grappled, however, by Doru.
So the 11 didn't hit him. The 11 slashing damage.
No. So instead of dealing damage, the vampire can grapple the target, and that is what
Oh,
he has
okay,
chosen.
gotcha. Okay. Then how is it looking?
It's not doing too well. Its wounds are not healing, and it seems to be soon quickly losing a lot of blood.
Okay, I will just chill touch it again.
All right, 17 hits.
8 damage.
And for the second time you cast a spell, it seems like it almost seems the attack isn't doing quite as much as you had hoped. Knowing that you landed straight on to Doru's frame, it seems to kind of slow down as it hits him. This rot that spreads whenever you attack with necrotic damage.
Just FYI, this is coming from my mark on my head, and it is being modified by the Constitution modifier instead of my spellcasting modifier per the feat. Just FYI.
Gotcha.
And that ends my turn.
Awesome. Niklaus, it is your turn.
Try number 3 with Green Flame Blade. Why? That doesn't hit, does it?
I do not believe so.
Okay. You see Nikos just swinging wildly with this mace. It's pretty clear to everyone that it's the first time he has seen a vampire of sorts, and he might be a little scared of it.
Is this your first time using a blade, mate?
Not a blade, just a maul. I just gotta get used to it, you know. Using this opportunity more as scouting, you know, seeing what my teammates are capable of, you know. And that ends my turn.
As you brush off the miss here, Doru strikes again, but this time he motions to bite at Crow. He bares his fangs and says, "Tastes delicious." And with I believe he has advantage on this attack as you are grappled by it, correct?
Was it me? Or...
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't aware he was grappling me. Then he would, yes.
You take 17 points of damage as he bites into your neck.
Ooh.
As he retracts his claws, he says, "Delicious."
And well,
Jesus.
That's quite a hit.
Yes, it is a very big hit. You suddenly see life drain from Crow's form as he almost goes limp momentarily. Doru seems revitalized by this, and you see actually the part where you hit him with the chill touch right around his shoulder has actually started to kind of appear through the fabric.
He was able to heal?
Yes.
Chill touch should keep him from healing.
Oh, then he doesn't.
That's part of the
Sorry.
whole... Yeah, chill
Yeah.
touch doesn't allow them to use any type of healing.
There you go. And as you see it instead, he feels... This doesn't taste good at all.
That wasn't supposed to be an attack roll. I just wanted to show the dialogue. Whoops.
Yeah, it looks like he does not heal from it indeed. Go ahead, Crow.
Well, in light of the grapple, Crow is going to swap places with his shadow, get himself out of it. So I'll just move them like so. And, well, then he will attack. And that is going to be... Sorry, go ahead.
I believe you might still be grappled.
He might be grappling my shadow.
I'm trying to figure out the rules on this because I've looked into it and... I guess making a ruling on the spot, I'd say that's fine. But if we're maybe using grapples with the Echo Knight, I think I might have to write something in for later. But
Sure, no worries.
say-
I can roll
yeah.
a disadvantage. I don't have a problem with that.
no, it would more of just being able to leave a grapple with just a bonus action.
Sure, I understand.
Yeah. $15 hits. Dealing 8 points of damage. You switch positions and you make a slice across Doru's backside. As he gets cut, you can hear him. He takes 8 points, and at this point, he is not looking good at all.
Crow just sort of spits out blood from, a wound he's apparently taken, which is mirrored on his shadow, although the blood looks black since the shadow's sort of grayscale. He says, "Vampire. Fire. Fire." And he's saying this to his companions as he slashes it once again. And that would be in turn.
Oh no, you see two versions of Crow fighting this vampire. They seem to, dance circles around him. What do you do?
I don't know which one the real one is, do I? Can I tell?
That's
Real
a good question.
Real Crow looks like real Crow. The fake one looks gray, like no color, black and gray.
A.
Now whether you would gather that that's fake Crow or real Crow, that's up to you.
I'm fairly wise, so I probably would know if my freaking character sheet would load. I'm having problems.
That's fine. I think at this point, you all recognize that Doru looks a little bit worse off than when he started. And especially with not being able to heal through some of this stuff, like vampires normally can.
I am going to use a 2nd level healing word on I forgot your name. Crow. My bad. And so here's that heals. This is my bonus action. Wow. 6 points of damage. Not great. And then you get, with the unicorn totem or spirit, you get an additional 3. Anyone in its area or outside the area gets additional 3 health from it as healing. And then I will I'm gonna try to get rid of this thing. I'm gonna produce flame. 13 to hit.
That does not hit. The ball of fire in your hand, you launch it towards Doru, and when you do, it seems to glance off of his skin.
Pooh. Well, that's it. That's all I got.
Go ahead, Dinklaus.
Green flame plate again. That's up
15 hits.
Thank you, God. Okay.
Whoa.
20 damage.
Holy crap.
And 7 of that is fire.
That is that is a hit. That might have made up for at least one other hit.
Holy crap.
I just lay it right in his skull.
Sure, you smack it down on his skull, and Doru just all of a sudden just gets knocked back like a foot or two, and you hear him say, and he's now clutching his head, which seems to have been almost split open and might even be bleeding.
I helped this time. That's it for me.
Recoiling from the hit, Doru begins his next assault. With one hand still on Crow, he wrenches you forward and makes another bite.
He can heal this time, by the way. It's only until his next turn.
Actually, no, you actually escaped a grapple I rolled. Sorry. So he is going to make 2 claw attacks at you, but where he felt the pain come from. So this time he's going to slash behind him and deal 8 points of slashing damage with his claws as they rip through your fabric and leave red, bloody marks throughout your skin.
Is that Doru or Niklaus?
That is at Crow.
Oh, got it.
I don't believe he has attacked Niklaus.
Okay.
For a second attack, he is going to bring it around at Niklaus, swiping wildly in the air. A 21 hits, and he does 6 points of slashing damage to you.
He
as
will
just-
take 10 cold damage because of my armor of Agathis.
Very cool. And as he retracts him, you see him like curse at the icy claws he now has. After that, his turn is done. Go ahead, Crow.
Well, there's nothing for it but to do it. So Crow just keeps on trying to put him down. He doesn't give up.
This is a tough enemy. And a 26 hits.
As you say that, you crit.
Doru, looking like he still has some fight in him, is caught off guard by the strike of your katana blade, ripping it straight across his torso. You cut a deep gash in his back. This is dealing 10 points of damage.
I want to see Nick Klaus crit.
And as a bonus action, I'm going to move my shadow back to here. And that would be the end of my turn. We really need to make a token for the shadow.
Oh yeah, sure.
I was about to say, wait, I thought that was you.
Maybe just make it like the picture like a little more transparent or something.
Surprise.
The easiest way I know to do it is just to put a tint on it.
Hey, that works.
Perfect.
It is your turn. Oh no. Doru looks like he's standing on his last legs.
All right, I am going to healing word 2nd level. Crow again. Oop. So there's 10 plus another 3, so 13 health. And then I will produce flame him. Come on, baby. There we go. That's what
19 hits.
8 damage. There's a good roll.
Yeah. If you'd like to describe it, I can go ahead. But you're welcome to describe it.
So this time I pull the flame from my hand and I throw it like a little fireball and have it pass right through his chest and where like my previous claw had done damage, right through like the frozen part of it.
Sure. The fire hits him in the chest, and as it burns a hole and singes into his cavity, he makes this. And he falls to the ground with a thump. And he is taken out.
And as he falls to the ground, Crow exhales a sigh, this time ragged, more from, literally having blood taken out of him. He turns his katana about and, just to be safe, sticks it down through Ona's head. Or not Ona, you're fine. Through
Twice.
through the vampire's head. And he says, bitten by a disease.
How are you doing on health, by the way?
He still looks fairly pallid. He's not looking exactly at his peak as he was.
Okay, and what about
Well, you actually might be, because I don't think you added the 3 from the unicorn aura, which is a sentence I thought I'd never say.
I did, no worries. I was that badly hurt.
and Niklaus, every time I healed him, you got 3 health too.
Oh,
Just FYI.
it's any health.
So
Noted.
oh, you didn't? I thought he attacked you once.
He took my temporary.
So he doesn't do any damage to you.
Nope.
Oh. Okay. Well, just to be safe, I'm gonna heal Niklaus, or not Crow one more time with just a level 1 cure wounds.
So the ice armor, I know it's pretty good, and you said it nullifies damage.
Well, I have a pool of 10 health points, and I took damage from it, but it was from my temporary. So he took.
That's so cool.
My
I love that
temporary.
spell.
Yeah.
That's a great spell.
It is awesome.
Yeah,
So he
And I have it for an hour still, so I still have 4 temporary hit points for another hour.
pretty good.
GM, how do you want me to handle it when I remove the echo? Just or do I even have ability to remove it?
I believe with a bonus action you can dismiss it, correct?
Yes. I more meant remove it from the play screen.
Oh, you can just tell me you remove it and I'll delete it, or you can. It's up to you.
Sure, it's gone. It just sort of bleeds away and flows across the floor, and suddenly Crow has a shadow again.
Creepy. I documented.
You're
Crow,
the one who
you didn't mention the shadow in your backstory.
Nor will I, but you can mention him. And he kicks at the vampire with the toe of his boot. Says, "Vampiric filth. Man upstairs was not wrong. His son was cursed."
I guess so. We can only guess from whom, though.
Yes.
Do you think we should? It probably would be bad to bring the body to his father now.
The old man likely knows well enough what's happened. He did have the trapdoor chained.
That's true.
And,
I say we.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I say then perhaps we should just go upstairs and tell his father that we put him to rest.
Crow doesn't disagree, but he's looking about the chamber as they start to leave. And anything, just a bare room, or anything here?
The undercroft is mostly barren. It has rough-hewn walls and a floor made of damp clay and earth. But as you look around, you see there are rotting piles of wood, and you can even see candlelight kind of shine above from the cracks. But otherwise, this place is quite barren.
I do want to examine the body, see if there's any clue as to like what he was or anything on him that may have caused this.
Sure, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Do cameras exist in this world? No, right?
Do not believe so.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna do my best rough sketch of this creature that we fought, because I've never seen a vampire up close.
The closest thing to a camera or a reproduction of an image would be to know a minor illusion spell or some kind of
Oh,
illusion
dang,
spell.
I don't know that.
So if you did, you could produce like a picture of him at will.
Okay, I'm just gonna try my best and draw a picture.
Sure.
Do you have a quick question? Can I cast guidance on myself?
I believe so.
Okay. I will guide myself with my other hand as I search through the body.
Go ahead. Give me an investigation check. And I will describe to you Dora's lifeless body.
Can I roll a performance to see how well I can draw this picture?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a 4.
Hey, I can draw.
I think you fail to find anything of note on Dora's body. He looks of Barovia. He smells of Barovia. But with a tinge of something else. His skin is dry. His facial features gaunt. And even his teeth seem almost even more fang-like, even the ones that aren't protruding, just from the retracted skin of his face. I think you sort of touch his body and poke it around, but something within you.
I poke it with my stick, with my staff.
Oh yeah,
Like
and
distant poke.
I think something about his entire form disgusts you, and you're unable to discern anything else about him. On the other hand, Niklaus, you draw a quite decent portrait of this man's sketched out face. In its sort of mouth aghast glory.
Excellent. Thinking of maybe this being the on the back cover of the book. What do you all think?
I think you owe me thanks.
Oh, you think? Oh, of course. Here you go. I give you a gold coin.
You're gonna be broke in 2 minutes.
I will take it.
As you settle down next to the as the fight settles and the dust settles from the fight, something from above can be heard, and it sounds like the praying of a priest. And as that voice seems to fill the room, it rumbles down in the undercroft, and you can hear the and you see wisps of light appear around you. Each of you go ahead and gain an inspiration. You guys have been role playing really well, and you just defeated what seems like your first kind of mini boss here.
Ooh.
How do we keep track of
Sweet.
inspirations?
I keep track of inspiration by the class resources, since I actually typically allow 3 inspiration to be kind of banked up.
I know there's a button that you can click on your character sheet above the proficiency bonus.
But it doesn't allow you to like show how many you have.
Yeah, it's just for like, because usually I think it's just one. I think.
Yeah, it's usually just 1, and I found that it's kind of not as suitable for what I'm going for. Typically, I allow players to use inspiration for to kind of barter with me in terms of changing a story or kind of doing things extra in addition to obviously rolling double dice.
Hey, I made you say something you've never said before.
Yeah,
A unicorn.
the unicorn aura. Speaking of which, does that disappear or?
I think it lasts for 10 minutes, but pretty much, yeah.
Cool.
What time is it, by the way, in the game?
In
of
the
day.
game, it is probably somewhere between noon and afternoon. It took you a bit, I think, in the morning to trek through the hills in Faerun to get here, and then when you passed the fog, it took about maybe 30 minutes, like I said, to an hour, to get into town, and then you spent about an hour there speaking to people.
I say we deliver the news to
Sorry,
his
it
fellow
lasts for
players.
1 minute, not for 10 minutes. So it's gonna be gone by the time we get upstairs.
Cool.
But I get it back on a short or a long rest, so maybe we'll take a short rest here or something. But I am going to use my Pearl of Power to gain a 2nd level spell slot back.
Cool. You do so. And well, where to next?
Let's
Guess we go back
give his
upstairs.
father the good news or bad news. Depends on how you look on it.
Maybe we should go to that other guy first, because the guy's kind of lunatic. The guy who
Mark.
came to the door, yeah. And who's
Um,
carrying the body? Are we just leaving it here?
Oh, I thought we were just gonna leave it here.
This is the undercroft of a church.
Do not look to me on this one.
Yeah, it would be better if we had some sort of cleric in the party to bless it, but I think the priest upstairs, his father, could handle the rest, as long as it doesn't come. Does anybody know if vampire spawns come back to life?
I'm not sure, so I'm gonna cast guidance on myself and try to carry it up the stairs.
Throw flame on it and leave it be.
It's actually quite easy to find out. Give me a religion check.
Who?
Anyone.
Boop.
Wow. Wow.
You roll so poorly except for this.
Look, hey, when you kill a vampire
wow.
in a church,
Right.
I think the dice gods bless you. I think all of you know, except maybe Crow. Crow maybe has an inkling that vampires don't come back unless they're true vampires. You know that Doru did not have that look about him. He did not have that strength. Perhaps he was just a spawn or an underling of a vampire. Ono and Niklaus, you both clearly remember when you learned about vampires that time that you went to the library and studied it. That vampire spawn do not come back to life.
All right then.
Okay, I'm going
Excellent.
to. Does anybody else want to carry it?
I am not strong. I don't. I usually have people for that. Crow, do you think you could carry this?
Ah, but what if another comes along and you need my sword?
All right,
Uh,
I'll cast guidance on myself and carry it, or him. I'll try.
Niklaus isn't even gonna pretend to try to track this corpse up. I'll just start walking out with Crow.
By the way, skillful fighting. You injured many posts.
Thank you. It's called defensive fighting. Setting many just in tactical fighting, where you distract the enemy by banging on their surroundings and confusing them.
Yes.
I
of
wrote
course.
about it in my book, Tactical Fighting:
Mhm.
The Lady's Last Dance. I'll write you a copy sometime.
Oh. And he just goes upstairs, pulls himself back up.
I will follow.
Do I need to make a strength check or something to try to pick up this body?
No, if you do it slowly enough, you'll get there eventually.
I'm just like dragging it along, and every time I get over like a step, I have to like take a break, take a breather. Okay, here we go. Kathunk, kathunk. Take a breather.
You make your way, and as you take Dora up the steps, you hear distant sounds that you would not have heard in a chapel otherwise.
Would you guys mind if we took a 5-minute break so I can take my dog out real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
If you guys need to take a break too, I'll go ahead and put you guys upstairs, and we'll come back with this scene.
Okay, I will be right back.
Yep.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the bathroom.
I'm good.
I'll be back.
Not too bad.
No, I dig I dig this character's persona already. I think I like everyone so far. All
Yeah.
interesting.
Everyone's doing well, yeah. I really didn't know what to do with Crow, so I just wigged it.
No, it's perfect. I imagine an edgy character, and this is kind of where this is definitely within that.
I almost never play evil line characters, so I'm kind of unfamiliar territory. But he's lawful evil, so
Oh yeah,
he's not cackling mad or anything.
and even neutral evil I see as easy to get along with. If they don't necessarily have to express whatever is evil about them at all times.
Yep, exactly. By the way, I really didn't know that you. Well, I can understand the rule about not being able to swap places out of a grapple. I mean, thinking in terms of the class, it's strategically wise, but rule-wise, I can see it being abusable.
It's excuse me. It's just something I probably should have considered earlier. But apparently, an echo is like considered a magical object.
Yeah, it's considered an object. And
I think there's a whole like I'm reading it right now. The D&D Beyond has a whole like FAQ about it, and it'd be nice to like actually read this and figure it out. But I mean, in terms of a fight like that, I don't think it would have mattered super much. But vampires' MO is essentially to grapple someone and drain them of their blood.
Yep.
So I think before we get to Strahd, I'll have come to at least well before then I'll come to a ruling on that.
And I'm hoping I get a little more effective by then, because another hit like that, he would have had me.
There are some very big hits, vampires. This was, I think if you were poorly prepared for this, this would have been a very tough fight. But because I think everyone took the right actions, even with 3 misses, 2 critical misses, you guys still ended up doing well.
But it was fun. It was a good first fight. It's nice to start it with a challenge, rather than the usual goblin and stuff,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is almost the exact way I wanted to introduce this campaign.
It kind of shows that you've got to think in this one, and not take anything lightly.
Oh yeah. Lots of interesting characters here and decisions.
And Crow's just completely tired of these people. He doesn't know why he's following them. I'm just fudging it to keep it going. I'll find a reason eventually.
Sure, that's fine. I was just talking to another group of players I had somewhat time ago, and then he was thinking of doing this entirely just a blown out session zero where all the characters run into doors that ask them existential questions and trying to get them basically to all introduce themselves in session zero. Uh, and I just thought, that just sounds like a lot of work. Just tell each other about your characters and role play out some of the content and just learn about it that way. But
Yeah, yeah. I had a session the other day, a very different kind of campaign, but um, it was sort of that thing where new players are kind of afraid to come out of their shell and role play and get into character. So I was trying to nudge them out a little bit the whole time, but it was really like pulling teeth. Um, I'm hoping next week they'll be a little more comfortable.
sure.
I am back.
Hello.
Hello.
So I'm still reading this, and it doesn't give a ruling on.
It's up to
Let's
you.
see.
It's up to you, but I can see where it would be abusable. So if you want to, not let that work, I'm fine with that.
Oh, okay. So this is teleport. This is teleporting.
Yes, he can switch places literally with his echo.
Yeah, if this is teleporting, it absolutely can break it a grapple instantaneously because I believe that is the way teleportation works.
That's cool.
But keep in mind, the reason I was saying we should make a distinct token is Echo only has one hit point, so and it's showing is identical to mine, so it should die really easily.
Gotcha. Well, give me a sec, and I can set that up here for you.
Yeah, I've never seen a Echo Knight in practice before. They're pretty cool.
Oh, 100%. When JT was telling me about this, I was like, oh, wow, okay. I just kept reading and reading, and I was like, oh my gosh, this thing is awesome.
Yeah.
I thought it would be good flavor for a horror type campaign,
Yeah, definitely too.
I just summoned unicorns, which is very not.
Yeah.
I never heard of that one either, though.
Yeah, I can summon a unicorn one. I can summon a eagle, which if someone makes an attack, I can use my reaction to give advantage on that attack. And then I can summon a bear, and the bear will give us, I think, like 10 per hit points equal to my druid level, or 5 times my druid level, something like that.
That's cool.
5 plus my druid level. So right now it'd be plus 8. And we have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws.
All of that is handy. Not bad.
And then with the eagle, we also have advantage on perception checks or wisdom perception checks while in the aura, while we're looking for people in the aura. So like someone disappears, we have advantage on perception checks trying to find them or something. Interesting.
I might need to restart my client here, or not client, but my browser. It seems it's getting a little slow on Firefox.
Sure.
I've been having some slow issues as well.
So that's what's making me think it's a server side thing that a lot of
Like
people
a
are just
Roll20
playing.
thing.
It is.
Yeah.
It is because I noticed a little slowdown on my rolls earlier. Yeah, I think it's Roll20 side.
Yeah.
All right, so how does that shadow look? And what I'm going to do here is going to give you control of the shadow token as well.
Whoop! I dragged it out of the thing, and it's frozen. Wait, what? This is a little odd. Sorry. Oh, we're upstairs now.
Yes.
Um,
And
I've just got a
let's see.
box called Echo off to the side.
So tell me if that token works for you here.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yep, in every way that it needs to.
cool.
Ooh.
That's cool.
Nice.
Get rid of that and put you guys upstairs. Dragging Doru's body behind you, you move to the center of the chapel with its broken down pews, and Donovich seemingly standing now facing the wall and praying.
I guess I'll take the lead and go to Donovan and say, Donovan, we took care of your son. We laid him to rest as you requested. And I point over to his body.
And Crow's just watching the scene. He leans back against the corner and crosses his arms as if he's waiting for the inevitable.
Donovich turns around, and for a brief moment, he looks like he has a look of clarity on his face. And he says, "Thanks for helping my boy. I know it mustn't have been easy for you. Please, I beg of you."
Of course, it was our pleasure.
Please, I must ask you one more thing.
What's that?
And as he goes to the altar, he turns around and he says, "End my life." And he takes out his dagger and places it on the altar.
Can I ask you why?
As you do so, the lights in the area flicker. Suddenly, it becomes a little bit more difficult to see. Windows shut. The outside grows black. And suddenly, the inside of the room grows dark. Your light spell on Crow's scarf goes off.
I guess I look around. Do I see anybody else in the room?
No, but the room's lights flicker, and suddenly they go dark.
I'm gonna produce flame.
Donovan doesn't say anything when I say, "Can I ask him why?"
Donovan looks at you with a face full of dread, and he stares off into the distance and says, "He's coming."
You talking about Strahd?
And at the sound of that, from the very eastern part of the church, from the glass beyond, you see a floating figure standing in the darkness. Glass suddenly shatters. Lightning strikes, and it begins pouring rain. And hovers in a gentleman of about 40 to 50 years, raven black hair, and gaunt features, with a scowl. He speaks. "You've come for what? To help these people with their meaningless lives. you're better off in the dirt, like the rest of them.
Ah, I have no care for their lives, but, well, am I speaking to he who is lord of this land?
Manners. I like manners. Yes, you speak to the lord of this land.
Ah, then we come to what I do care for. A droplet of your blood and no more of your spawn will be killed. And
Don't make me laugh.
Crow's watching him through a sidelong glance, and he says, "It was not the intent. It is the honest bargain."
A deal, you say?
One droplet.
Make your way to Castle Ravenloft, and we will talk more about deals.
And how many traps do you intend to set in our path?
Well, that's for you to find out.
So I thought. Challenge accepted.
And what are you doing here? After a droplet of my own. Strahd looks at you, Ono.
He just like looks at Crow, then back at Strahd, then looks at Niklaus and just shrugs. He's trying to be deceptive, but he's not very good at it.
Has your group of people taken to sending novices and amateurs my way?
Fine. By the nature power of the Enclave, you are my target.
I hope I
Amongst
prove a
others.
most formidable opponent for you.
I want to try to get a gauge on, based on my current abilities, how would I fare against him with my companions?
That's usually a fighter feat, but I'll allow you to make a perception check with
I
disadvantage.
did not know that. Okay, that's fine.
No, that's fine. I totally like to use those mechanics as they are, but I'll give you a roll here.
What kind?
Perception, please.
At a disadvantage.
It's an 8.
You peer at Strahd and his floating body, and I think just from the magic alone, that levitation is not an easy thing to come by. He is easily at least a 5th or 6th level caster that you know of. And, well, his ability to just break through windows also seems to be, some higher level abilities. Something about him screams high level caster.
Oh boy. My teeth start to chatter, but like I will I'll take you down one day, and I go hide behind Crow.
Is he still there for the moment?
Strahd?
Yes.
He is floating in the air.
Oh, floating.
All right. Crow's shadow disappears into the darkness created against the wall by all the lights going out, and it reappears right by Strahd to say, "You might be surprised at how novice I'm not."
With a flick of his wrist, he dismisses your shadow.
Yep. To be fair, a mosquito could do it.
The icy like remains of your shadow, or at least where it used to be, frost over the wooden pews. And he addresses you, Niklaus, and he says, "You have come here for what? The same as your companions?"
Surely you've heard of me, no? I've definitely heard of you.
Yes, what else have you heard of me?
Not much, and that's exactly why, this is what I seek. And I pull out a parchment, what seems to be recently, like a big stack of parchment with recent writing on it. I want an exclusive deal, for your life story to go into my latest book. I'm heard you're the lord of this land, and I'd be thrilled if you would provide your history and your story to my book. I'd be able to compensate you fairly, of course. What do you say?
And he says, signing away deals. Of course. Allow me. And he takes the letter that you have in your hand and mage hands it over to himself.
That went better than I thought, gentlemen.
And as he looks at it, what does he see? Tell me what he sees on this parchment.
It's basically a contract that is saying that you agree to a 3-hour exclusive interview with Niklaus in exchange for X amount of money that is to be agreed upon by both parties, and he will be allowed to write about it in his book, subject to legal obligations and all of that jazz.
As he keeps reading, this is great. As he reads and reads and reads, Strahd quickly becomes bored as his eyes dart across the page, almost lightning fast. With a other hand, as he uses one to hold your contract in midair, he returns it back to you, and he says, "Let me think on it.
Excellent.
You are welcome at any time to Castle Ravenloft. Just be prepared for what you may find. In the meantime, I must leave you, and I will sign your letter. Do you accept signatures written in fire?" And with a touch, he touches one of the walls, and it just begins to burn.
Not sure how I'll transfer that on the paper, but I'm sure I'll think of something. Thank you.
As he leaves, the fire set on the wall begins to grow, and more the church begins to catch on fire. Suddenly, pews erupt in flames. Broken down pieces of wood start smoking around you.
And Crow is quick at that point to lean away from the wall, especially given how much air he seems to be drawing in around himself. And he says, "You make deals with a vampire lord, you fool." And outside, he just goes.
Oh, I've made deals with worse. Come on, Father Donovan. I take his hand and start running outside toward the front door.
Sure.
I'm going to
As
run through
you-
the back door.
There's a back door?
There are windows for sure.
Oh, those aren't. I thought these right here were stairs.
Oh no,
Oh,
those are windows. Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I'm taking the body and I'm bolting.
As you leave Donovich behind, you can see him kind of clutching the remains of what he has in terms of personal possessions in the church. And as he stands there amid the flames, you see him hold himself as best as he can, and perhaps even fall to tears and fall to the ground.
Didn't Niklaus drag him out?
I tried to. He refuses to come out.
No, he absolutely refuses.
Oh.
Okay.
In your way, I believe you make it out of the church, but Donovich remains.
Well, there goes our contact.
Gentlemen, if anybody asks, Donovan did agree before he passed away to, allow me to write. about him in his book as a sort of, memorial service of sorts.
Are you honestly for real?
Is that a rhetorical question?
Ugh.
For realsies.
And
Well,
you will no longer need your contact. Strahd has his eyes on us. One way or another, we will go to his castle or die on the way.
I mean, he didn't say anything about dying, so I wouldn't go that far. From what it sounds like is we got that exclusive deal that we were looking for, gentlemen. All we have to do is make our way up there and interview him. That sounds like a picnic.
Oh,
And,
yes, of course.
However, I was, as you guys were talking about Strahd, you guys failed to mention during your initial interviews that you, Crow, wanted his blood for some reason, and you, Ono, wanted to kill him for some reason.
Yes, I did. I said I wanted to cure the land of what was causing the issues, and it's obviously the vampire.
No comment. Call it a mysterious story.
All right, well, we'll discuss this more when you'll both get your exclusive chapters in the book. We'll dive deeper into it later during a long rest. Don't worry, we have all the time in the world.
You think. And
What do we do now is the question.
It is dark, stormy, and you find yourselves back on the streets of Barovia.
Shall we find an inn or something?
Well, the rain may at least dampen the fire before the townspeople think we lit it. We may be able
true.
to stay the night.
Should we go tell Mark about his father? He did say we should go see him again.
Yes. Perhaps he'll have more gold. Certainly it took a bite out of me in there.
All right. Oh, are you still bleeding, Mark? Excuse me, Crow.
No, but I do not appreciate the gesture. I would like pay.
I see. All right. Well, let's go see Mark. See if he has any information and perhaps some coin and a bed for us. Then I guess we head toward the tavern.
Crow's agreeable with that?
I believe his name is Ismark. I don't know if you're...
Oh, it's Mark, not just Mark.
Yeah. I don't know. Is my voice coming through okay? I hope.
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah, perfect.
I just didn't catch it.
Perfectly clear.
Mm-hmm.
You make your way back to the... Oh, big again. Back to the Blood of the Vine Inn. And this time when you read it, it looks like the... N on the vine used to have been an F. Seems someone has scrawled it out, and I think this is the first time you notice. The town is lit up, and from a distance, you maybe look back towards the church, which is now on fire. And when you make your way into the inn, there is a crowd gathered. And they all seem to be here for one thing. They're all wearing black.
Is this a funeral?
This is not ominous at all.
Compared
I
to you,
immediately
everything
start
is ominous.
And as you look around, everyone seems to be dressed in this garb, with heads hung low. One person speaks in the center of the tavern, and it is Ismark. And he says, "Thank you for coming. We've really appreciated your coming out. It is the most darkest of times. My father, is dead. And in his place, we must find a burgomaster to replace him. Until that happens, we are without a leader. And as shouts come in, you can hear, "The church is on fire!" And people start rushing out past you to look down the northwest-bound causeway towards the burning church. And as you look, it burns with this vigor and brightness that you have not seen in this land. This one shining gem within all of this darkness burns with the brightness of a sun. Inside, Ismark continues, and he says, "These are deeply bad and terrible times. I do not know what the future has in store for us. But townsfolk, please, help us. Bring your best."
Ah, well, things may be better than you think. Forgive me for interrupting, but we appear to have Strahd's curiosity, so you have time to find your replacement.
You spoke to Strahd.
Ah, yes. Why do you think the church is on fire?
So he paid us a visit then.
More like us. The priest's son. Not quite vampire, but close enough to get Strahd's attention after the fact.
As Ismark looks at you, he gives you a second looking over this time. He appears to examine your injuries, your armor, as well as your stare. And he says, "My father promised one thing before he died, and that is to protect my sister. We are all that is left of his legacy."
Why not you or your sister as the burgomaster?
It is not that easy. There will be a vote. There will be a council.
More a mayor than an inheritance.
Yes. If we can bring some semblance of peace to this land, then we will try our best.
Well, I would hazard your sister will no longer be harassed. The three of us will have that honor.
Why was he harassing your sister, of all people?
She is too good for this world. And I do not pretend to know Strahd's intentions. There are only evil and bad deeds to come from him. And you think you three can stop him after what he just did? This is his domain. We just live in it.
Well, I fully intend to be, well, played in some game of his. After all, he had this opportunity to destroy us then and there.
You do not see. He toys with you as he toys with my sister, Irina. You may be a match for him in some future that does not exist.
Well, then
But
we
you are in Barovia.
probably need to get stronger. Do you have any adventures we may partake that can help us hone our amazing skills, our fastly growing skills?
Speak with the fortune teller.
The whole point of all of this that we were trying to get to her, yet it just kind of fell apart. Can you just tell us where she is? We went around about a way of finding her, and we still haven't found her. Where is she?
Nothing is easy here. As you've seen, the Vistani, they like to keep themselves hidden away. The owners of this inn, Vistani, Madame Eva Vistani, if there's anything that will help us, it's them. I believe they may travel through these lands unfettered by the fog. If you wish to know how to move through these lands, find what you need to. Even leave them, should it come to it. You'll need to speak to them. Earn their trust. Or else you will, like me, godless, fatherless, and without any help.
Well, you have been helped in one way today. With any luck, your sister's troubles are at an end. And I do believe that means, well, we have performed the service you requested.
Even if you did, even if what you said is true, I have nothing to pay you with.
Aha.
Mark.
The
I
50
thought we agreed to a fee of 50 gold pieces. What happened to the original deal?
You talk about deals. On the day of my father's death, on the burning of our church.
Your church burned because of Strahd, and, the deal was struck before your father's death, so far as we knew.
I have a half mind to run you out of town myself.
Yeah,
You
honorable.
be careful of what you ask around here.
Yeah,
Excuse me, but I was under the impression that your town was a noble one, unlike that of the Strahd you said that you're so different from. And yet here you are, trying to go against your word.
Go ahead and give me an insight check, guys. As you're surrounded by these villagers in their dark clothes. Something gives you an odd feeling here about.
That's just a 23.
13.
You sense the crowd possibly turning their eyes and almost turning on you. And as Ismark speaks, he grows cruel in his wording. And he says, before Strahd ruled us from his keep, we had our own form of justice around here. I say pray that you do not meet that same form of justice. And as he does, you see people kind of get up from their seated positions in their dark cloaks and turn towards you and give you this very, very telling stare.
I'm just gonna grab Crow and Klaus by the hand and dash towards the inn.
You're lucky I already used my radiant consumption. Or else I would be very intimidating right now. But I see that we're not
I'm
welcome here.
covering his mouth as we run, and we're running into the cavern.
Niklaus Sparks does not run. I shall take my leave, however, and never forget this.
As the rain soaks into everything, everywhere, you make your way into the tavern. It is dry for the most part. And one of the Vistani remain. And she looks up to your way, and she speaks. You seem to have found yourself in some trouble.
Yes,
Trouble is as trouble does.
your town doesn't seem keen on keeping to its word. One of your leaders, that is.
And as she says that, she passes you what seem to be a fair amount of gold in the form of these ingots. And she says, I seem to have had a lucky streak tonight, possibly because of a new visitor. I like you. You three who appear shaggy and destitute. If you bring us luck, then I shall keep it and treasure it. But take this. My earnings from tonight. I fortunately do not need it. An old woman like myself only sinks the warmth of her heart. You may stay
I-
here tonight if you'd wish, but I would make quick work of where you need to go. The townspeople grow angry.
I do two things before we go to bed. I make sure her brazier is lit even brighter with produce flame, or her hearth, whatever type of chimney thing she has.
Sure,
And
you cast
then
it.
I'm going to ask her where to find this fortune teller we've heard so much about, or if she can guide us in the correct way, so that we can leave this town and so we can help keep the town's peace.
And she says, Madame Ava travels. Ah, thank you. And she puts her hand to the fire and enjoys the warmth of the newly enlivened fireplace. And she says, Madame Ava travels across wherever she goes. I will send out some ravens. I perhaps may be able to tell you where she is. But stay the night. Rest up. Your next few days here will be quite treacherous.
If you can't find us, have the ravens come find me. I can speak to them directly.
And she says, Ah, a fellow appreciator of nature.
Yes.
And what was your name, madam?
And you get her name, and I just need to find it. She is the last woman who is, as of yet, unnamed, but it is right here between these two pages. Her name is, and she introduces herself, Sorvia. You may call me Sorvi.
Sorry. Shall make a fine name in this book that I'm writing.
And I assume you would like me to sign something. Don't even start.
I see word gets around.
We do not write our names in anyone's books. Us
Wise.
Vistani are quite, as you'll find, superstitious.
What's wrong with writing a name down, though?
Names are power.
Yes,
Are
the
they
cloaked
now?
one knows.
And
The
what does
names.
my name mean then?
Pompous idiot underneath the breath. Cough, cough, cough.
And she says, there are those that divine futures from names. Madame Eva is one of them. Do not presume to be a mystic at the level that Madame Eva is. But should you tell her your name, well, she will tell you everything you need to know.
Well, I'm sure she's already knows my name. I am very well known around these parts, you know.
Well known to be dead soon enough, I think.
Again, leaning into this hopelessness. Very good, Crow. I like it.
Well, rest then. You said perhaps within the town still? He's inquiring of Sorby.
With that, Sorvia goes back to the fire and puts her hand to it, giving it plenty of attention on both of its sides as she kind of rubs them together, puts them against her arms and her shoulders.
I guess we go find. I'm guessing this tavern doesn't double as an inn, right? Or
It is actually.
Oh. I guess we find some rooms to stay in. Unless you guys need did you guys need to rest actually?
I could do with the rest, yes.
Crow could, yes.
Resting it is. A long rest or a short rest?
I would actually say either one.
Because I think it's only noon, right?
Oh no, it is. It is well past noon, I think, at this point.
Okay.
At least 2 or 3 o'clock.
Maybe we should just.
Can I at least take a short rest then? So I can get my like take like an hour, so I can get my
Oh yeah, no, you guys are welcome to
spirit
take
back.
a short rest whenever, long rest whenever. I
Yeah,
will
I
be
was-
sticking to the rules usually. So
Should we take a short rest, then go find the fortune teller, then take a long rest?
I can do that. I have 3 level 1 spells and 1 level 2 spell. I just want to get my totem back. So if we can just take an hour so I can get that back, then I'll be good to go.
Short rest it is.
And Crow will rest as well.
Me too.
awesome. Go ahead and restore those resources, and take whatever hit dice you need to roll and regain some health.
And by the way, as we were wandering through town, does it look like it has, well, from the parts we were in, any sort of worthwhile smithy or general store, anything of that nature?
Oh yeah, and how much did we get? Oh, okay, cool. Never mind.
I'll go ahead and make a handout with an inventory and everything. I believe there is a smithy in town. You just haven't ran into it yet. And
10 gold each.
let's
Okay.
see.
And then we got 10 gold from the initial thing, but it was basically 7 in between you guys because I forfeited my 3. So you
Okay.
guys get. One of you gets 4 gold pieces more, and one of you gets 3.
I'll take the 3. You can have 4.
Ah, thank you. I already like you better than him.
I'm going to put 30 gold coins in the stash handout.
Oh yeah, we do have a party stash, like pooled stuff.
Ooh.
So we can keep everything we have. Do you guys, from here on out, do you guys just want to keep our money like pulled together?
In the party stash?
Yeah.
Works for me.
Instead of having separate, find it easier to make decisions when money's ours instead of mine.
Yeah, you can put money in there, items, whatever you want.
Are we able to update this?
Yes, you guys should be able to edit it.
Aha.
Oh,
I
cool.
see. Okay, cool. Then I will go ahead and add my 4 other gold in there. So now we have 34 in the shared.
I've also created a party note for you as well, if you wish to put
Ooh,
stuff
cool.
there.
Oh, cool.
That's really smart. I've never actually thought about that before.
Well, I mean, there's tons of stuff I can do here. It's just, unfortunately, it's not super functional. It just acts as a repository for information.
Yeah,
It's not
so we can-
super clean about it. So if you guys want to do like an off, like a Google Docs or something like that, or a Google X spreadsheets or something like that, you're welcome to as well.
Cool. That's a good idea.
This is, a lot of this heavy lifting isn't done by Roll20, and that's, when I was playing Fantasy Grounds the other day, I was like, hey, this is actually kind of nice. But, at the same time, I really have no reason to use Fantasy Grounds except for just to play Sunday's game with JT.
Well, so far I'm enjoying this one. And I about got killed there, but that was exciting.
You were fine. Actually, what was your HP?
1 or 2 more bites, I would have been down.
Yeah.
I had you.
Well, if he kept doing 11 damage.
It would have been fun if I could hit. Next time.
Yeah, vampire spawn are a great low-level enemy to throw at your players because it is just, a vampire light, and it will really prepare you too for those actual vampire fights. You'll run into so much about them that, are if you're not prepared for, if you don't have a little bit of radiant damage here or there, a little bit of way to stop their healing.
Look
then,
at that.
yeah, it'll be real tough.
Oh. Well, hopefully I don't burn you out with my radiant consumption in the future. JT. It'll be fine, I'm sure.
Well, Crow came prepared for these. Not to worry.
Excellent.
Did not come prepared for you, for the vampire.
Oh, I'm sure you'll do fine.
All right. I'm actually going to make a list of NPCs that you've seen before as well. We'll see if that might help or not. There are so many people here and so many notes to be taken. I will try to help you guys here with, keeping people's names straight, and just kind of managing all that stuff because, I open up one of my tabs, which is named NPCs, and it just goes down and down and down. And I don't think it stops until I've scrolled past like 60 entries.
Whoa.
Yeah. A ton of named NPCs in this game.
Crazy.
Well, with that, it is 11 o'clock. I know if you guys want to play more, I'm certainly open to it. This is where I would usually call it, but I do know we started late tonight. From here, I believe your next thing that you guys are after is Madame Ava. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Crow might take a brief glance at the smithy, but he's not expecting much.
Let me see if I can find that here for you, and see if there's anything there for you as well. Let's see. I'm not finding much about a smithy in town.
Yo.
Well,
No smithy.
I wouldn't worry about it then. Honestly, the state of the town, I probably wouldn't expect better than what he has.
It seems they have a few houses here of note. Of course, Burgermeister's mansion, the inn, and the church, which is, recently burned down. Yeah, I believe this place doesn't have a smithy. Barovia is fallen on apparently hard enough times where they can't afford to have one in town.
Barovia is just this town, right? It's not the only towns here? Or is this the only main town here?
It's both. The village of Barovia is a town, and then there's the whole countryside of Barovia, which is this region.
So what's the capital? Or, is there any other larger cities?
I don't believe so. I think, actually, this is... this might be its biggest town. But let's go back into the map here. The capital, I think, would, of course, be the castle that Strahd resides in.
So we're not going to find any Neverwinters?
No, not at all. Yeah, there will be no giant polis or cosmopolitan area.
Okay.
This is pretty much
better for the horror, anyways.
For the what?
A horror theme.
Okay.
There are other countries in the world beyond the fog, but it's way out of where we're going.
Hmm. Well, hopefully we come across some nice magical items for you guys.
All right. Well, let's keep going. The rest is over. You've all taken a break. And as you come down, the bartender greets you. Eric says, "Ready to go off again?"
Indeed. Uh, did they give us the location of that fortune teller? Of sorts.
Yes, I believe Lady Solvia left something for you.
Oh, excellent. Is it a letter?
It is.
And he goes beneath the counter, takes a decently sized note, and gives it to you. And the instructions are pretty simple.
All right, gentlemen, I think we have our location. Shall we be off?
Where else to go except the castle?
I don't know. We're about to find out. I open the letter and start following the directions to the Oracle.
Sure. They tell you to go west, past a bridge, and to a tiny camp outside of this lake area. Next to this area called the Tesser Pool.
Pool. Alrighty, off we go. Start following the path.
Are we going for a swim?
Hopefully not.
You make your way out of Barovia and close towards the bridge. At the bridge, go ahead and give me a perception check. All of you. Looking on this river that cuts through the land, I believe it is called the Ivless River. The pools of water that get stuck in the eddies seem to bubble and ferment or foment this air about them. They smell almost of swamp air, and it almost causes you a little bit of nausea looking and smelling at it. Deeper in the pool, though, you see the bottom of the lake bed, which shouldn't be visible, really, but there seems to be coins at the bottom. People that have passed by have thrown them probably over to make wishes. And then beyond that, you see the murk really rise up out of the water, creating all these lily pads and tall fronds by the riverside. And they are pretty. They look nice and healthy, even. It seems this sort of climate is really conducive to some of the plants here in this region. And as a result, those more swampy flora seem to stand out from the rest. Other than that, though, you make your way past the bridge and to the west.
I throw a gold coin in and we'll make a wish.
Cool.
Wasteful.
Oh, it's just money, Crow. Don't be so uptight. I throw another gold coin in.
I catch it as he tries to throw it in.
Give me a dex save. just too slow, just barely.
Bye,
Not
Michael.
very dexterous. I'm not about materialistic things, but I'm not about wasting things either.
When you live the high life, gold coins come and go.
Seem to always go in your position.
Well, you don't really need money when you have people for everything.
But you don't have people for everything.
I have people back home.
Yeah, but you ain't home.
Yeah, but it's fine.
Wait.
You
A
crossed
gold
through
coin
the,
is like what?
you walked through the fog. You'll be fortunate to say the least if you ever see home again.
Do you mind if I put that cryptic message in my book?
By all means.
Excellent. I write it down word for word. As a part of Crow's dialogue. How do you feel about being me renaming your character to Raven? Or do you want me to write your name as Crow in the book?
Crow, I do not like sharing any part of my name with that, and he looks up in the distance, far in the distance toward where the castle is.
Crow it is. Oh no, I'm assuming you're good with your name being used in this book.
You would do it anyway.
I'll be fine, I guess.
Excellent. I pretend not to hear that comment by Crow and just keep walking. Is this the lake we're looking for? Tissipure pool? Is this what we're looking for? Probably not.
Up above, maybe hundreds of yards away, if not thousands, you see this clearing open up and this vast lake open up from the river mouth that you're currently at. Following the trail should bring you to a camp, at least the one that was directed to you.
Keep going. Is this the camp?
I believe it is. Let's see. All right. When you get to camp, it is tents upon tents. In the dark, it almost seems like they're stacked up like these neat rows of daggers pointing to the sky. From out above the water, you see a group of people make their way towards you. And they seem to be coming back from some kind of fishing trip as they hold a bunch of supplies on their packs. One greets you and says, welcome, friend. You seem to have been on the road for a while. What can I do for you?
Yeah, we were sent over here by Sylvia. She said that you guys had some sort of fortune teller.
Ah, you seek Madame Eva?
Yes, that was it, Madame Eva.
Well, she should just be in one of her tents here. If you give me a moment, I'll fetch her for you, or I'll send someone out to get you.
Excellent.
Good. Just wait here.
Alrighty.
And as you wait in the rain, the lake before you kind of twinkles with the light that kind of happens when rain falls on lakes. Soon, you're greeted by a young man who comes up to you and says, "Have you been waiting for Madame Eva?"
Yes.
She welcomes you. She'd like you to come quickly.
Alrighty. We follow him, or I follow him at least.
Sure.
I'll be going as well.
Crow wanders along because at this point, why not?
As you move into the camp here, it seems people haven't been really here for too long. It seems to be a clearing that just gets set up every once in a while when people pass by. And so it's flattened grass and dirt that's been packed down. And when you are brought to the tent, just from just outside, you can smell the scent of rose water and cinnamon. From inside, you hear and see this incense burning, um, and it hitting the torches nearby and making this. Tss, tss. The gentleman says, "Please, she's waiting for you."
Thank you very much. Go past him and go toward her.
As you go inside the camp, inside the tent, it seems to be rounded on the outside, and within you get the scent of an old fortune teller's tent. It is kind of replete with all of its various knickknacks. You see a tail of a lizard, a bundle of feathers, uh, a bundle of garlic, as well as onions kind of hanging there on one of the pole tents.
And
Splayed out on the table, you see a pile of cards.
is the entrance still watched after we go in, or does he wander off?
He seems to just stand outside.
All right, then Crow goes in that case.
Whoa.
Oh.
Madam Ava, is it?
From out of one of the corners of the tent walks in this lady dressed in various purples, reds, and fuchsias as she ties her head, or ties her hair behind her head in a bun. She sits down, clears her throat with a. You seek Madam Ava and her various fortunes and, well, readings. What can I help you with?
Well, we all wanted readings of our names, and we also wanted to know more about Count Strahd.
Well, let me look at your palm. Let me see what I can divine from that.
I hand it over to her.
In Faerun, that is called, what is the word? Half-assed diviner.
Are you saying that in front of her?
Yes, he is.
You say as much, and she brings her hand across her face to wrap her hair again. And you see the visage of a hooded woman in her late 60s, if not 70s. She looks very old, and she stares at you and says, "I do not perform just magic, my dear." And she puts her hand over again, and she takes the form of, again, a 30-year-old woman, youthful and spry.
Half-assed diviner, a more expert illusionist.
My readings are not illusions, but you will see soon enough. These lines on your hand. And as she traces her fingernails across the various ridges of your palm, Niklaus, she says, "Ooh,
I'm
yes.
sure you see the fame, the fortune, the glory, all of that.
Yeah, so you too read fortunes."
Indeed.
And as she settles on one of the ridges, she says, "You will be prosperous when you are old. Old past a life that you have lived in relative comfort. But I sense danger in your immediate future. Something dark clouds my vision. What is it?"
I don't know. What is it?
"A relative, maybe. Someone who has died recently."
Niklas is just silent. What?
I see.
something stops you from where you are going, and it is empty pockets. You've recently run into misfortunes, it seems.
Keep it down. I try to keep her down. The other two from hearing. Let's just keep that part to us. What else do you see?
In your future, I see. What is this? A bright shining star. Ah, fortune smiles upon you. You shall find
Wait. Can
your
you
riches.
say that part loudly though, because that's good. I want them to hear it.
You shall find your riches with all of your friends at your side. You'll be celebrated for not just your strength, but your intelligence.
Oh, excellent. That's excellent.
Oh,
yes.
good lord.
Yes. Madame Eva sees fortune in your future.
Do you see it from a book? Do you see a book title? Or
I do not just see one book. I see stacks and bookshelves filled with them.
You seem to have a gift for telling him exactly what he wants to hear.
You mean
we all?
Foresight is what he means.
You, with the scowl on your face, let me see your hand, and let me tell you of what I see.
Yes, Crow. Go on.
I would be more interested.
I push him forward.
Yeah. I would be more interested to know what you saw in someone else's, but why not? And he pulls off his glove and just sort of presents his hand.
You do so, and when she traces the fingers on your lines, she says, I sense conflict. No two places will you be. You must find your own path, and you must do it by being decisive. You are of one of two minds, no?
Manner of speaking, yes.
Then you must follow where your heart takes you, and it will take you to the vast unknown. But that is where your fortune lies. You will find good people as you follow this path. People who will reveal something to you about yourself that you don't even know. Tell me, are you superstitious?
Well, and suddenly from behind the table right next to him, the echo appears. He says, what do you think?
By Strahd's long and ugly beard, I do not believe what I see. Two ugly fellows in my tent.
Yes, you laugh, but one of two minds. And it is nothing much. He reaches over and flicks it, and the shadow just sort of snaps back into place behind him.
Madame Eva claps her hands together.
Yes, Madame Eva is always telling of the truth. You see, Madame Eva knows. She has been blessed, some would say cursed by the gods to know. You, of two minds, will become one. Madame Eva wills it. And at that, Madame Eva takes a look at you, oh no, and says, what about you? You handsome man of the forest. I see about you eyes of steel, but the worried look of someone of a deep heart and
Hey,
a
Siri.
well of concern. You bleed for this
Hey
land
Siri.
and its people.
I'm here to protect what has
Hey,
been
Siri.
duly wronged and
Hey Siri.
solve what has been does not meet the balance of life and death.
Ah, you had the look upon you of a soldier, but a soldier for nature. Tell me, what does your hand say?
And she
I'll
puts her
present her my
out.
hand.
Sure. As she starts reading it, she immediately throws it away and she said, "No! Your hand is full of terrible frights." And she goes over to her little kitchenette with a couple stewing baubles and a cauldron. As she lifts some up, you see her put from a pouch a sprinkling of cut leaves that have been dried into it. And as she lays down the cup of tea in front of you, she says, "Well, do you drink? Partake?"
Yes.
She offers you the cup of tea, and as you drink it, do you drink some of it, all of it?
Drink all of it.
Sure. As you do, Madame Eva looks at you closely, and when you down all of it, the leaves are only thing that remains at the bottom of the cup. And as she watches you closely, she says, "That was poison."
Okay.
She's making.
Ah, I see you are of no humor. I joke.
Well, I have ways to deal with poison, so thanks, but I'm okay.
And you are a man who is not scared of the nature's wrath. I see.
Nature is as nature does. Balance is balance, and if nature is my way to go, then that is my way to go. But as of this land, as I've said before, there's something very unnatural that I must solve.
And as she looks down to the cup, she reads your tea leaves, and she says,
Your fortune does not end happy. I see tragedy in your future. A fate most unkind to its wielder.
and as she does so, she says, she sets the cup down and says, "Okay, that has been a reading by Madame Eva. I believe that is 10 gold pieces, please."
Niklas claps and gives her the coin.
But you did not answer the question about Strahd.
What about Strahd, do you wish to know?
Yeah, well, more to the point, he is interested in us and wishes us to the castle. I'm sure it's for some game of his, yes?
Slavia did tell us that you would be able to tell us a little bit more about him and why exactly he was interested.
Ah, Strahd. I know him all too well. It is said about Strahd that he mourns the death of his beloved. And so this is what you came for. Information about a man who could end you or I's existence in the blink of an eye. Dangerous thoughts follow these dangerous actions.
He could have, but he did not seize the opportunity. He attacked the church just to speak with us and then left. No attempt to kill us. He'll
Yes,
regret it?
Well, I suspect part of it was pretty obvious. He's obviously a fan of me.
Jeez.
Probably the reason he spared us all.
Suddenly, Madame Eva shifts in her demeanor. She seemed to have been playing some sort of role tonight, as she undoubtedly told your fortunes like she has told many others, and happily would have taken your coin. And suddenly she says, in a different voice, "Oh, he spared you. This is most strange. I too wish Strahd to be free of his curse, but what does he plan if he does not kill you now?"
Well, he one invitation after another to his castle. That's all he would say. We each have our own interests in him, and he seemed, perhaps willing to indulge if we go to his home.
Shouldn't you be the one telling us the reason why?
Madame Eva knows many things, but this is a mystery. Madame Eva wields a magical hand and plucks a sachet of playing cards from her bauble table. And as she does, she fans them out with her hands, and as she flicks her fingers in the air delicately, crossing them and recrossing them, she lays out cards onto the table. She says, "Your fortunes are indeed dark. Apologies for making such a show, but I believe there is something you have been brought here to do, and it is not getting your fortune told."
Then
And
what
she
is
says,
it?
very ominously, "Which one would like to go first?"
Crow, I think you should go first.
You are a coward. What?
I just make sure I document everything so that I know what to pay attention to when it's my turn.
Yes, of course. Have at your game. Show me what your cards will tell.
And at that, Madame Eva says, "It may look like a game, but to you, this is your fortune." And she deals you a card.
Fortune, I
What
have
is-
never known such.
She dealt you a card, and what is that card?
Oh, oops.
Are you able to see it?
The mercenary.
Mercenary. And as that happens, her eyes glow with this purplish, reddish light. It almost shoots out of the tent, and you can see actually behind you the young gentleman who is manning it dip his head in real quick to see what's going on, and just as quickly dip out as he seems like he was interrupting something. And she says, "Inside the crypt, I see a book of mystery. Poor deeds and blood will spill inside this tome. Ah, bloody tale."
Are you certain you did not mean this fortune for the bright?
No. This is important. Something that Strahd covets and values can be found in the crypt
This may help you on your journey, although I do not know where it will take you.
You see blood in the pages.
Bloody can mean many things. Perhaps it is the story of Strahd and all that he has accomplished on his mountain of dead bodies.
I am after much less from him than that, but perhaps. Is it but one card you draw then? Or would you like a second opportunity?
No, this is where it lies. Next, who would like their fortune?
Oh
I'll
no,
go ahead.
you should go.
I would have
Sorry,
let
was that Ono or is that?
Oh no.
Oh no, got it.
I would have let her draw for the shadow.
I drew the hooded one.
Oh, did you already draw?
Yeah, I just did.
Huh. I did not see it. It is also extremely slow right now, so that might also be why. But let me see what the hooded one would say.
Oh, when you do the decks, it does appear on the lower right so that you can manually draw if you want to.
Got it. And you've already drawn?
Yeah, was I supposed to do it on the main screen?
I was actually supposed to deal one out to you, I believe.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah, but if you got the
My
hooded
bad.
one, that's fine.
Yeah, my bad.
No, you're
I just
good.
hit the draw. I thought that's what he was doing.
Yeah. No, you're good. And she says, I see a faceless god. He awaits you at the end of a long and winding road, deep in the mountains.
Okay. That's good to know, I guess. Do you know who this faceless god is?
She shakes her head and says, I can only see others' futures. Very unclearly at that.
I appreciate it. Balance is balance. And then I go push Niklaus into the chair. Your turn, Bucko.
Did she
Sure.
say?
And I take his book and start writing what he has in it.
Did she say a faceless god?
She did.
Yeah.
You know, this whole situation really reminds me of a book I was writing. Cards on the table, love in the air. Almost this exact same scene took place.
Was it part of Dear Johnny?
Dear Johnny? Oh no.
Oh, wait. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never read that book in my life.
Suspicious. What did I draw?
Get the... Sorry, go ahead.
No, so please, I'll shuffle the cards and.
I was just going back to getting back to something more palatable. Faceless god. I put a coin on it being masked.
Being masked? What do you mean?
The god mask.
I'm unfamiliar with such a god.
Yeah, well, when and if we make it back.
Is he?
No.
Oh, are they? Is that god friendly?
It depends on your intentions, I suppose. Pay attention to the cards.
So I'm gonna go ahead and deal you one.
Okay.
And what do you see?
Enchanter.
Ah, the enchanter. I see,
And her eyes glow again.
I see a kneeling woman, a rose of great beauty, plucked too soon. The master of the marsh knows of whom I speak.
And is this... You intend that we need to seek out these people who you're describing. Is that correct?
And she says, "No, this is the location of something bright. Bright enough to cut through all of this darkness. Something."
Each fortune is the how we find something bright, or the enchanter for him.
The former. That each of these clues is giving a location to something that she's saying is part of your fortunes and will take you to find great treasure.
Gotcha.
Well, I do like treasure, and treasure does... A good treasure hunt can always make for good content.
So what you are saying, painfully admitted, is that we must stay together and essentially provide each other with a collection of these things.
She says, "I do not seek to tell you how to live, only that these events shall come to pass. You will find yourselves here, whether you like it or not."
Ah, well, Wizard once told me something. Be careful about watching the future. Smallest change changes everything.
Change
Then you
is
have
balance.
You have spoken with many a wise man, and yes, your friend is correct. You may find these treasures in this life or the next, but you will certainly not arrive there when you think you will.
I want only one thing from Strahd. Go ahead.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Lady Ava, but it sounds like we need these items before we should even go to see Strahd. Is that correct?
And she says, and she smiles and says, "Yes, my child. For if you go to Strahd now, I'm afraid you will not be bringing much to the table."
You called us my child. Are you my mommy?
She says, "In a way, I am everyone's mother. That is
You
what they
gave
call me,
birth?
Madame."
Then what can you tell me about this stupid mark on the top of my head? It's been a blessing and a curse since I was a kid.
And she says, again,
Is that a tattoo?
"It seems many gods have their fingers in your pot. Be wary of this, for if one does not get their way, they may fight each other for your future."
So he's cursed. Excellent, excellent content. Writing in the book.
Well, you say many interesting things, but, well, for my case, I am to find a book with details of Strahd's life. We are not natives to Barovia. Where would we know to look for such a thing?
At that, she says, "You misunderstand. I simply tell you your future. You must show it."
So you mean to say, one way or another, we find our way there?
And she kind of gives you this nod and a wink and says, "You're on your way to becoming a true fortune teller."
Well, if you see things as clearly as you do, I think you know that to be wrong.
Do not give yourself too much hate. there is at least one good man inside of you.
And Crow
Ouch!
falls.
Watch it be the one that gets poked out by a mosquito.
Crow just falls silent. He's for once She manages to back him down for once.
Wow.
No, this is great role play here. I would give you guys each an inspiration if I didn't already give you one. But yeah, it seems like Madame Eva has given you each a card with a mysterious meaning, in an even more cryptic clue to where you are apparently headed.
I wrote them all on the party notes, by the way.
Yes, absolutely. Remember which card you got?
Yeah, I put them down in the party notes. For everyone.
Beautiful.
So, a book on Strahd, a faceless god in a mountain, and what were you? He peers over.
Master of the Marsh.
Ah, yes. It sounds like we were going wonderful places together.
So we were meant to be, and I normally don't like large groups of people, but I feel a connection to these two guys, and I just put my arm around both their heads. I know we're not a large group. That's why I feel fine with you two. We've been through a lot together. We took down a vampire and restored balance. So I put both of my arms around their necks, and when you take those fun pictures on Instagram and everybody's smiling, I'm smiling, but no one else is smiling with me.
Crow's definitely not smiling.
I'm probably smiling.
After a brief moment, you see Madame Eva actually go to her chest, and she brings out a coin. And this one looks like of purple and black. Not a coin that you've ever seen. And she says to I guess each of you, she says, "Here is a coin. I must leave it with you. Should you not like your fortune, come back, and I may tell it again."
I'm taking it from her before Nicholas can get a hold of it and throw it in a pond.
Sure. You snatch it out of Madame Eva's grasp, and she kind of kicks it back.
Not rudely towards her, but I'm looking at Niklaus. I'm he's not getting his paws on this thing.
But I have one more challenge for you, fortune teller. If you take challenges.
And she says, "The only thing challenging is my own future."
And once again, his shadow whips away from behind him and appears in front of the table. And Crow himself says, "Tell his fortune."
This man is but a shadow. He has no free will. He follows his master and does as his master commands.
That was pretty cool.
So you think at times it feels very differently. And back it goes. He doesn't make her do anything further.
And then she says, "But know this, you have but one life and two places to be. If that does not give you hope, I do not know what can."
Well, I suppose these two will have to do. He's looking over at the other two very skeptically. But it appears, if fate is real, then we are bound together.
And she says, "You do not need to believe in fate for it to believe in you."
You have some really good sayings. What do you say to a contract deal? Get your own chapter. I'm sure you know who I am already, writing a book.
I'm sorry, as the
here.
DM, I'm cracking up every time you do one of these.
Inappropriate timing.
Which means it's the best timing.
So good. Madame Eva responds and says, "Sure,
Why not?
Excellent. I get her to sign all the appropriate forms.
And with special ink that she pulls from her cabinet, she writes and scrawls Madame Ava in the finest cursive that you've ever seen. And as she pens it with a dot, she says, "Thank you. My story is unyet written."
Well, when I'm done, everyone will know your name just like they know mine. And I give her a little wink.
You do so, and she winks back, but with lashes of an old woman. As she returns to her old self, she says,
Now, please, if you would give an old lady some time, I would like to rest.
Let's move along. Perhaps we can find rest with these people before we move along to wherever.
True. Seems like we have some planning to do. Maybe find someone with a map and then figure out where to go from there. Thank you, Madam Ava. We appreciate the help.
Madame Eva says,
Yes. It was nothing. Please. I too wish to see this curse removed from this land. And all the better now that there are 3 bright shining stars in the night sky.
She thinks far too much. Map. Where does one begin to look for such things? A book about someone who would not want his life told. A faceless god in a mountain and a man in a marsh.
A woman in the marsh.
Woman, whichever. We do not know where to find such things.
Yeah, well, with any luck, we can find either a town or a giant map, and hopefully we can... I mean, surely somebody will know of a... There must be some famous marsh. Hopefully there's not too many of them, but hopefully there's that. And with the crypt, I'm sure there'll be a famous crypt somewhere, and we can just start there. As far as the faceless gods go, I have no idea how we would find that, but the other two, we could narrow it down, I believe.
Famous crypt of any kind that would have information about Strahd, I would think he keeps beneath his own castle.
Only one way to find out. By going to town or finding a map, and hopefully a giant crypt will be labeled on it.
"Yeah, you're gonna be able to
Immediately.
find a map from the map makers. It's just gonna say, yeah, big old stinking pile of treasure right here."
Exactly.
If only life was so easy. Rather,
I mean, it has been for me, so that's what I expect.
of course. And by the way, if we do ever make it back, I know what I heard in there that I'm going to make famous about you.
Oh, that I'm going to be famous and have more riches and books upon books, right?
Something to that effect.
Excellent. I'm glad we're on the same page, if you know what I mean.
But, that said, I do not think we should go back to the town. These people seem to know more and to be more forthcoming at that.
I agree. Probably better off just asking people around here, seeking some guidance.
We tell them that we are, they seem to worship the fortune teller, so tell them we are acting on her fortunes.
I mean, I do have to write a whole chapter dedicated to her, so, kill 2 birds with 1 stone, get some information. We'll just lead with us, saying that we're trying to get information for her. Which is honestly what we're trying to do. Just make sure you write it all down. How's your penmanship, by the way?
Oh, quite good.
Okay, excellent.
But then again,
I
am
say
not
that we break up. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to remind you, then again, I'm not your servant.
Oh, certainly not. More like a partner or owners probably would be the financial advisor. You're more like well, what title would you like actually?
Financial advisor. I just keep you from throwing all of our money in the water.
Yeah, that's what I
If that's
said.
what you classify as a financial advisor, you need some serious financial therapy.
Crow, what title would you like
Oh, the
in the
freedom.
book?
He who
Just freedom?
he who is owed freedom.
That's rather dramatic. I love it. I'll put it in the book.
From you, your name.
Oh, my character name in the book, you mean?
No, you.
My character name, right. Okay, got it.
Well, and Crow leaves the madam to her rest, and he's looking about to see, well, do these people even have shops or anything of the nature?
Good question.
This camp right outside the lake.
Yes, just as we're leaving the fortune tellers.
I don't believe there is much here in terms of open camps at this point. It is possibly around, 5 or 6, and it's getting quite dark. Well, I should say it's getting darker than the already dark it is.
Oh, right, I forgot we never went to sleep. We should probably do that, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, perhaps they will offer hospitality. I think we are safer with them than anywhere else where it concerns Strahd.
I agree.
So here or in Barovia, is that what you're talking about?
I think you're talking about here.
Here.
Got it. Okay, yeah, you're welcome to set up camp here. Everything you've heard about the countryside here when it becomes dark is absolutely terrifying.
Great. Sounds perfect for a story.
Well, I gotta say, this is a good time to take a long rest and maybe even cut it short. Maybe.
I have work in the morning. I need to go to bed.
Sounds
Fair
like a
enough.
good stopping point, honestly.
Yeah, you guys got your first kill on a vampire. You got your fortunes told, and you met some of the people of Barovia. The nice sunny, maybe not a great word, nice town of.
Just town.
I'm just tripping over my words here. A nice place where people live.
And I signed it. I got at least 5 people to sign those non-disclosure forms, so it's a good
This
session.
is Phoenix Bright all over again.
No, this
Okay,
is
so-
very different.
In our last campaign, Phoenix Bright was a one of those elemental dragon sorcerers, and he worshipped this. He was part of a cult and worshipped this electric dragon.
Alleged cult.
And every town we went to, if we accomplished anything, he made them put up a statue of the dragon in some capacity. And he had like 1 billion flyers he passed out to spread the news of his dragon and his religion in every small town we went to.
Yep. That
And
sounds.
it worked.
That sounds. It could probably get on your nerves as a player, but as a DM,
I mean,
as a DM, I have to respect the heck out of that because that is
it
what a
doesn't
deity would
bother
want.
me. It just, as for the character, it does. Me, it's funny, but it gets exasperating every time we go somewhere. And he's just like, "Would you like to sign my flyer? Put
No,
up a statue."
It's a great bit because I, as a DM, just get to roleplay all of these exasperated, like, oh, what is this? Okay.
Again? This is new.
Nice.
But no, it's been excellent playing with you guys.
Oh, as always, and great time with you guys too. First session I've had with either of you, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun too.
So next Wednesday work at 7.
Yes, sir.
Still cool.
Yeah, if you guys ever need to change the schedule on me, let me know. I am still pretty flexible here. I'm committing to this stuff full time. I've just got a bunch of new offers coming in. I'm hoping to answer them all and keep everyone kind of happy. But if you need a change, let me know. If you're gonna miss out, give me a day or so ahead of time. And if you can't, then I understand. Life does that to you sometimes.
Wednesday for the foreseeable future works for me pretty much.
Great.
Same for me.
Well, with that, I gotta say, you guys went pretty far today. If you have any comments, questions, or concerns, go ahead and email them to me. Not email them to I don't know. Discord message them to me. I've gone ahead and sent some of you interesting tidbits that you picked up. So, if I gloss over any of that, just send that back to me. That you remember that you had this like one piece of information. I believe I sent them to your Discords. But other than that, yeah, great playing.
Yeah, appreciate it. You'll have a good night.
Yeah, thanks, guys. See you next week.
Thank you.
Adios.
Yep. See ya.
See ya.
Whew. Hey, good playing today.
Oh, well, thank you very much. By everyone, I think, but I winged it all the way.
No, I could tell there were some parts where I felt like this doesn't seem exactly like what you described, but I could tell that you're also like you said, flying by the seat of your pants here a little bit, which is kind of how I felt tonight, having run this the first time ever. So.
Well, I didn't want to be like cackling madman evil, so he's just doing what he has to do or what he thinks he has to do in order to get up to Strahd. If he has to pretend, then he has to pretend.
Yeah, there's so much to this game that I just hope that I can hit all the the right marks. I don't want to necessarily rush you guys through it, but at the same time I don't want to bore you with a lot of the stuff that comes with campaign modules. You could have been stuck in town arguing with the Barovians for a long time, but that's not how I typically like to run my games.
Yeah, I wasn't bored at all. I enjoyed sparring with the fortune teller. It was fun.
Yeah, no, those word games were very, very great. I think as a DM, like you like running characters like that because they're just full of bullshit,
Yep. And he really kind of wanted her to try and read the shadow, see if it was different.
Yeah. And I think if you guys come back to Madame Eva, if you somehow the trail takes you back to her, you're more than welcome to talk to her again, hit her up again, and try to get something else out of her. Although it might be blood from stone, who knows?
Yep. But that's pretty classic Ravenloft right there. Vistani fortune reading.
Yeah, I wanted to really nail that part, and so I was kind of like floundering a little bit, trying to figure out what exactly do I tell these guys.
Well,
so
you gave us direction. It's pretty broad, but well, they've got landmarks to look for at least. It's a start.
Yeah, it's a good old fashioned treasure hunt is what it is, and
Yep.
I'm interested to see where it goes.
And Strahd didn't seem to think much of him. He just wanted the drop of blood, and Strahd was not impressed.
No. Yeah, Strahd came by, and he was just like, here's a middle finger. Let me show it to all of you. And peace. Yeah, very much how I think. I think I was thinking during the whole encounter, like, should I just throw a fireball at them as like a real fuck you? No, that would be needlessly hateful. But I will leave this church ablaze one way or another. So.
Oh yeah, and it's noteworthy, impressive if that was holy ground that he could walk into it.
Oh. Well, as you know, vampires are only allowed, on people's property when they allow them on, right? And I guess the thing with Strahd, I guess he just owns the church.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly why Crow said don't go back there, because he figures they're worshipping Strahd, essentially.
Yeah, it's a tough break for anyone who's come here and expecting kind of a glimmer of hope that isn't, just some kind of needlet, not kind of like flower, right?
Yep,
Uh,
yep.
so
Well, I hope you enjoyed the character. I gave it my best.
no, I think you did wonderful. You did great. I think you keep developing him and kind of his uh, antagonistic tendencies towards Niklaus. I think we're gonna really get somewhere, right?
Yeah, I'm
And it
looking for.
seems Ono takes your side too sometimes too. So
Hey, I'm looking forward to next time. And he is lawful evil, but for the moment they're useful to him. So they'll have his protection.
yeah, I'm pretty excited to run this. I like how Strahd's going so far. And I think honestly tonight is just it's been a real showing of like how fantastic that role playing can get from players who are invested and committed. Like knowing nothing about these guys, having them kind of join us in this role play. I thought it